Wendy with a notebook, Wendy with a pen, digging through the dark where the secrets been. Questions fly like bullets, truth cuts deep in the shadows where nightmares creep. Watch them break it down, unveil the lies, under lurid skies where the danger hides. With fire in their veins and mistrust in their eyes, Randy and Wendy taking you for a ride. Clues left scattered like whispers in the wind. Every page they turn closer to the end. No stone unturned, no mystery safe. Through the chaos they pave the way. Watch them break it down, unveil the lies, under lurid skies where the danger hides. With fire in their veins and distrust in their eyes, Randy and Wendy taking you for a ride. Clues left scattered like whispers in the wind. Every page they turn closer to the end. No stone unturned, no mystery safe. Through the chaos they pave the way. Watch them break it down, unveil the lies, under lurid skies where the danger hides. With fire in their veins and distrust in their eyes, Randy and Wendy taking you for a ride. Late nights burn bright under the moon, answers buried deep, they'll find them soon. Guts and glory on a darkened stage, Randy and Wendy script the final page.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, hello. Wait till you guys hear what we have for you today. Wait until you hear this. You guys are going to die. Absolutely fantastic.
Thanks, Eimer. I didn't make it. Angel Rogerio, we call him, did. Hey, Sandy Law, Alicia, Debbie, Cassandra, Valerie. I don't want to miss anybody. Florida Gray, so good to see you. Did I say hi to Dale? I'm going backwards, so if I missed you, I apologize.
Yes, Cassandra. We have a little Sarah. We have a little Sarah catch up because I know you'll be shocked. She wrote a letter.
Well,
We need to play the
actually,
theme song. Who just got a letter? Who
we just got a letter. Oh, there's 50 Shades. Hey, happy holidays.
Hey, 50
Earthbound.
Shades. Good to see you, honey. Hey, Earthbound. Yeah. Sarah wrote another letter.
But she didn't. Hey, Destination. Because this was her unabridged version of
Yes.
what
She
she was
thought
going to
that,
send
of
forth.
course she did, right, Debbie Doll? I didn't think she would still be writing this judge letters after the case because he's no longer on the case. So that she doesn't need to even speak to him ever again. I'm sure that's what he was thinking. But alas, we are all wrong because she did write him a letter. Remember when she was on the stand and she said that this is the edited version? This is just the tip of the tip of the tip of the tip of the iceberg, she said, something like that. And it's way, way, way edited down. Well, you're in luck, people, because she has now released the full version.
And I don't even believe this is the full version. I think there's more.
Know. I don't know.
I could be wrong.
It's 23 freaking pages.
Front and back.
That's way too long. That is way too long. You do not need to write anybody a letter that's 23 handwritten pages. You just don't.
No, I'm serious. If you feel the need, I don't mind getting letters in the mail. But if you feel the need, if you can write me 28 pages or 23 pages, you call me.
Right. Obviously, we need to have a phone call. Yes. Yeah. Clearly, there's more to talk about. So hop on the phone and let's handle this.
It's not
Yeah.
going to come across correctly in a letter. I'm going to
No.
need you to call me and get
I'm
all
gonna
your
need you to
words
tell
out.
me, especially if you start underlining words like ignorant,
Yeah.
uh,
Yes, I'll do it.
incompetent,
Making
things like that. If you're gonna start calling names, yeah, we're gonna need to probably bump this up to a phone call. However, this judge probably doesn't want to do that. He's
Well,
probably fine with it. I wonder
there's
if he even reads it. I wonder.
I have to say, if you feel the need to start calling me names, just knock on my door.
Yeah, sure.
Let's go
Try
ahead
to
and
do
meet
that.
face to face. Let's not just
Oh
forget
yeah,
cut the phone out.
she underlined quite a bit of it. Yes.
Mm.
Lots of emphasis. Um Clear error, full-blown unfair bias. We'll read it. We'll read it. You guys will
Although
enjoy it.
when I text, but you can't underline, obviously. So sometimes you may get a random exclamation point in the middle of a sentence, and that means. Except now with the update, I can.
Yeah, you
It'll
can
let
make
you
your text message actually, do tricks
boom.
now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the new iPhone update is very fun.
Yes.
And there's even more fun coming. My Mac needs to update tonight. It's intermingle it's now putting more AI stuff available. So you can do, the little thumbnails and stuff that I make through AI. That's going to be right now built into my Mac. And I can
Oh.
use pictures of us even instead, which I like even better because on the internet I can't use pictures of us, but on my Mac I'll be able to do that. And so will you if you update your Mac.
It keeps telling me I need to update it. I'm like, not now. I'm watching a show. Shh.
Well, update it soon because then you can do stuff, which will be fun. So we can have so much fun with our AI integration, and it's coming, people. Those of us who were fighting AI, we lost. It's here. Some tells me it's not going anywhere either. It's going to be here for a bit.
Yeah, it's really. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know. Here's
I didn't want it, but it's here, so I can't do anything with it.
and what I'm thinking on Friday nights. We'll start going back live Friday nights and just have a chill, possibly funny, a chill stream. Take a
Yeah.
break from the mayhem, the murder, etc.
Yeah. Yeah. That sounds good. Just kind of have
Yeah.
a not really a true crime stream, just a regular, just to hang out.
Yeah, just to hang out. Because holidays are hard on some people. Some people, I remember when I looked nothing but forward to it. But things happen now, and where you have to. I don't
Yeah.
know. Your heart gets heavy. It's heavy.
Sometimes, yeah, holiday season can be rough for people. Yeah,
Mhm.
it can.
Yeah.
So yeah, so we can do lighthearted stuff. And I think that's good for us anyway, even just for my own
Mhm.
personal mindset. I
For
can't
sure.
stay in the true crime hole for very long because then this stuff starts to sound normal to me. And I don't ever want it to sound normal to me.
I'm not ashamed to say this stuff. It does seem normal. Like people are like, what happened to the world? I'm like, have y'all not been around for the last 200 years? Because nothing. But
That is
hey,
true. Hey,
Kathy
Sugar.
rebuilds. And I hope if we may not get to it tonight, may have to wait till tomorrow. But that jabroni took the stand, and oh my gosh, y'all are gonna love it. Don't
Yeah, I want to
leave.
watch that. I want to watch that before we do the Sarah letter. Is that not? We're not able to do that. We're gonna do
We
Sarah letter first.
absolutely we can. It's up to the chat word, right, Alan? What we must
All
be
right.
about the
What do
same
you guys
age.
want? What would you guys rather do? Can we do both? We can do both, right? I'm not
Yeah.
reading 23 pages of this Sarah Boone letter. I will hit some highlights
Okay.
and show it to everybody, but I can't read 23 pages of her shit. I just can't. It's too much, Randy.
It is too much. It is too
But
much.
I'll read the good stuff.
I'll tell you what's nice about Wendy, because I'm sure people think, all right, Amber, but you better stick around, sister, for him on the stand, and I'll know if you're not.
That's right.
But
Yes,
like, yeah,
Sandy.
right, Sandy.
That's exactly what I'm talking about, Sandy. I don't want to say things like that, like it's nothing. Like that's a big issue. That's a big deal.
Yeah,
I
today
that's exactly how I'm trying to avoid being.
the medical examiner was on stand, and he's like, she was stabbed 18 times. I'm calling Dave. I mean, Mr. Famer right now. Hold on.
Already making excuses.
Yep.
Love that.
Um,
I'm just kidding.
the when the medical examiner was up there and he said she was stabbed, I want to say it was 17 or 18 times, and I was like, thought it would have been
Totally normal.
less, but
Oh,
and then
crazy.
and I'm like, oh, it didn't bleed. Oh,
Because she was already dead.
right.
There was a leg in the camper. I mean, okay. Like that's crazy.
Yeah, we're like, oh, that bag had the leg. That one there's the one with the leg. That's the torso. Yeah, this shouldn't be normal, but it is, and it's where we are. And
What is this my
I want to
life
speak
now?
with the manager, please, Wendell.
Go make your dinner, Amy. Don't be afraid of her. She'll be fine.
Don't listen to the manager.
All right. Well, I have the Sarah letter if we're going to do that first. Let's do that.
Okay.
And we'll go from there.
And I have to say, when I was listening to him on the stand, Jim came home from work, and I said, "This line, jabroni," and Jim started laughing. He's like, "What's a jabroni?" I'm like, "That's a loser." I go Italian sometimes for no reason.
Love that.
A jabroni.
All right. So let me see if I can like make this bigger so y'all can read it with me. So this is from December 6th. She addresses him Mr. Michael Kranick, not Your Honor, not Judge.
He's done with that.
Yeah, she's done calling him anything respectable. Mr. She's got him down. Mr. Michael Kranick. Surprised she didn't put his middle name in there too. She says, I know, right? She says, I am in closing, please, my complete statement to you and the world as I partially read during my sentencing hearing. By my reserving particular parts, oh my God, she's so hard to read, you guys, of my very true and meaningful statement, I was hoping to have been graced with your forgiveness. Sorry. That part still kills me. She edited it down. You guys remember she was on the stand and she said this was the tip of the iceberg. She's edited this way down. She was hoping that by doing that, it would move the judge in such a way that he would have shown forgiveness. Okay. Understanding and consideration in any way, level, or degree. I hate how she writes. I hate it.
She does.
For me, unfortunately, and regardless of whom I had speak on my behalf, or the number of your ignorant, underlined, mind was already made up. This should go really well for her.
Yeah, I'm looking for a complete dismissal.
Sure. I bet he'll be the first one to testify at your appeal.
Overturned.
I was wrong, Judge. I was wrong. By your clear error, underlined, clear error and full-blown unfair bias, underlined, against me since your involvement in my crucible case as a whole, I have been unsuccessful in receiving anything from you as a supposed fair and neutral judge, except for your wish that I spend the rest of my life in prison, underlined.
That's more like a promise, ma'am.
And please know and always remember, Mr. Kranick, I forgive you.
We all know how big Sarah is on forgiveness.
Very big, very big. She forgives everybody. I forgive you, still and sincerely. Please understand also the judge according okay. Please understand also the judge according to Cicero, I'm sorry, Cicero, quote, is never to lose sight that he is underlined simply a man, and that he cannot exceed the power given to him by his commission. That not only power, but public confidence has been given to him, that he ought always very seriously to attend not to his wishes, but to the requisitions of law, of justice, and religion. So that was a quote from Cicero to remind him that he is simply a man. He's not anything special, basically.
Like you, Mr. Cranick.
Yeah, Mr. Cranick, you're simply a man. You're nothing special. And this shouldn't be your wishes. You should attend to the requisitions of the law, of justice, and religion. I'm sure this will go well for her.
Yes.
I am excited in my appeal, which speaks for itself. Yes, it sure does. I mean, I agree with her. Your appeal speaks for itself. Denied. My case law. Sorry, you guys. She's hard to read.
You did the same thing today. Just so y'all know, Wendy, it's not that I asked Wendy to read. She's just a reader. Like, we were on the phone today. She read it. I was like, I'm just going to let this happen. I mean, I don't think she knows she's doing it, but okay.
Yeah. Do you want to read it? Go ahead, please.
No. You're much better at it.
It's fucking hard. It's hard, man. She writes. I can't stand the way she writes. It's very hard. She makes her S's like an R. Does that not look like an R right there?
Yeah, but I think I do that too.
It's an S. My case law, as well, in which I am extremely proud to have achieved. I don't know why. And will continue doing so now that I am no longer in your corrupt court and free from your malevolent judicial grip. Sarah Boone versus the state of Florida.
Oh.
I guess. Not
she
state of Florida.
Those tables. She turned those tables right on y'all. Didn't see that coming, did you, Judge?
Now she's suing the state of Florida now, I guess. All right. I also have added to my statement, as a result of your blindness and impartiality, foremost, your disgust of me as being an outspoken woman, determined defendant, and proactive client, hoping the next time you put on your listening ears and do not unfairly oppress the next as you have so blatantly done me. You will never admit your many judicial errors, nor will the prosecutors theirs. And I will never admit to what you have wrongfully accused me of and judged me as. I am not a murderer. I am a survivor. Sarah Boone. Okay. So now she goes into black robe disease. Arrogance in a judge, a slang term for a judge who flaunts judicial power and dominates proceedings at the expense of the dispensation of justice. Do you think at any time Judge Cranick was arrogant?
No, he didn't even let you stand long. You know, when he would enter the courtroom, he would be seated. Soon as he would walk in.
This man said, bless you to everybody who sneezed.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the arrogance? I didn't see a drop of arrogance.
It's dripping off this paper, though, but you know.
Yeah, this is arrogance, what I'm reading here. But I don't recall anywhere that I felt he was arrogant, flaunting his judicial power. I didn't see any of that. Not even a little bit.
He catered to her.
Very much.
To your liking? Are you satisfied? Yes, I am.
Very much. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes, he did.
Me too, Nevaeh.
Very much catered to her. Gave her everything she wanted and more.
Exactly, Kathy.
She's just bitter that she didn't get her mints, Dr. Pepper. Impartiality is the first duty of a judge. Before he gives an opinion or sits in judgment in a cause, he ought to be certain and absolute that he has no bias for or against either of the parties. And I don't feel like he showed any bias at all. If he has any interest.
Yeah, I wouldn't have got that word. Interfect. I don't know.
That's hard, dude. I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
If he has any interest, even of the slightest, maybe?
I think that's what that says.
Something slightest in the cause, he is disqualified from sitting as a judge, and when aware of such interest, ought to lawfully and justly refuse to sit on the case. Okay, so what interest did he have in this case? What? Are you going to tell us what that interest is? The delicacy which characterizes the judges in this country generally forbids their sitting in such a cause. The delicacy? The delicacy? Guys, I don't know.
What's funny is this is written on December 2nd. So this is the part that she took out.
No, this is on the 6th, actually.
Oh, I saw one day to December 2nd.
Oh.
But maybe this ain't it.
Well, we'll look again. I thought it was the 6th.
There it is. It's 2.
Yeah, December 6th.
Okay. Okay.
But that doesn't help me with this delicacy word. I don't know what the heck she means. All right. Her hand's getting a little tired, it looks like. She's getting a little tired.
Yeah.
Maybe she got a cramp. All right. So anyway, if he has any interest, even the something slightest in the cause, he is disqualified from sitting as a judge, and when aware of such interest, ought to lawfully and justly refuse to sit on a case. Okay, so are you going to tell us what his bias was or what his interest was that disqualifies him? You're not, are you? Because there is none.
I think that's going to have to come out in the appeal.
The judge must not only be impartial, but must also follow and properly enforce the law. Did he not? He did.
He did.
He did everything he needed to do. He absolutely, impartially followed the law. Yes, he did, and enforced the law. And it wasn't the judge that found you guilty, ma'am. It was the jury.
Right.
This judge didn't do anything but give you the sentence you deserved. He also offered you 15 years, but you refused that one. Stupid.
Right. Actually, you earned this sentence. You earned it. Yeah.
Absolutely, you earned it. You earned every bit of it. You could have had 15 years and been home in 8, dummy. Okay, so the judge must not only be impartial, but must also follow and properly enforce the law, not abuse. He is bound to declare what law is and not make it be not an arbitrator, but an interpreter of the law. It is their duty to be patient in the investigation of the case, understand circumstances and difficulties by all parties, careful in considering parts of a case in whole, and decent in judgment. That's from the Law Dictionary 2012 edition.
Well, you got the 2024 judge.
Which, I'm sorry, I feel like he did all of those things. Too. He was more than patient with her. She blew through 8 attorneys before she finally was told that she had to go pro se. And then James Owens flew out of the woodwork to save her. And the judge allowed it. At the risk of practicing judicial centricism, a word I have coined. Oh, no. Please don't make up words, ma'am. Your wording is hard enough to read. So judicial centricism, a word I have coined in this presentation. Could you imagine if she had read all of this on the stand?
I wish
Others
she
have
had.
called it black robe disease. Whether he was correct or not in my behavior, it is widely accepted that judicial behavior affects the jury. Yeah, I'm sure it affects the jury, but there's nothing that this judge did that affected the jury more than watching you belittle a man trapped in a suitcase
Yes.
and watch him beg for his life while you slurred and laughed at him,
Hey,
ma'am.
Lady Witch.
Okay? Nothing swayed the jury like that. I know. This was what she pared down. She took all this out, didn't read this, and thought that by not reading this, that the judge would grace her with forgiveness. Instead, he was ignorant. And then there is the worst of judicial ailments, the black robe disease, which is otherwise known as arrogance. Trial judges are affirmatively charged with securing a fair trial and must intervene. SUA. I got nothing. Sua sponte? Maybe that's a Latin word that I don't know. To that end, when necessary. That duty encompasses not only the avoidance of error before it occurs, but the fair correction of error that may have occurred earlier in a proceeding. Yeah, I think he did all of that. He did all of that. In the instant case, the trial judge did not analyze the evidence. He added to it, dealing with a mere, oh boy, mannerism, dealing with a mere mannerism of the accessed in giving his testimony of the accused. Maybe that's accused.
I started to say accused, but
okay. Mannerism of the accused in giving his testimony. The judge put his own experience with all the weight that could be attached to it in the scale against the accused.
Hey, Mystery.
Okay, America or something. No, that's not America.
I think
something versus United States, 1933. Girl, none of that happened here. Stop.
Oh,
okay,
golly.
So now she's going into her Kintsugiori or whatever. She read all this. She read all this. She read all this. This was, I forgive George for this. I forgive the Torres family.
Mm-hmm.
To keep turning a blind eye when I would ask for help. I forgive them for caring too late. I hope they all ask themselves, while quiet and comfortable in bed at night, the uneasy question, what could I have done to stop this from happening to both of them? And after all the times Sarah tried by asking for help from all of us, and so many times, this was supposed to give her grace and forgiveness.
Mm-hmm.
She's
I don't
insane.
think it worked. I don't think it's gonna work.
It's not. No, of course it didn't work then, and it's just as gross now.
Hi, JK.
So let's see. She talked about social media. She forgives all of us. That's me and you, Randy. Even after all that's been said and done, theorized, hypothesized, scrutinized, and blasphemed in my case, still no one knows me. Yeah, we do though. We do though.
Yeah.
So here's something else that was taken out, because I didn't go through all of this because she read it on the stand. And frankly, my head hurts. She says, my gold also runs deep for my prior attorneys. Maurice Padilla, who sold me the world with empty promises, then abandoned his responsibilities as my attorney after taking 2.5 years of my life, when finally realizing he was in over his head, all while hoarding JAC dollars to fund his staycation with his family when in town from Miami. For having resources ready and available, not allowing me, the client, to ever utilize, which could have greatly progressed my case and perhaps concluded, only for him to decide water parks, fine dining, and choice hotels were more important, and on the JAC's dime. I forgive Frank J. Bankowitz for committing perjury.
Let me
committing
forgive
perjury
them while getting them arrested. Hey, Paisley.
for committing perjury to the judge and on court record about my attempts to be a proactive defendant. I'm sure she was such a pain in the ass. And
Oh, boy.
client inquiring about my discovery, then trying to communicate with no answers or correspondence in any manner for 1 full year and 2 months before I was able to finally meet with him in the courtroom, only to receive his motion to withdraw. He's like, Judge, get me the hell out of here.
Nerman.
Frank J. Bankowitz is forgiven for his greed in taking $15,000 from the JAC, who honorably aid indigent defendants, such as yourself, as myself, for taking advantage of and robbing the justice system by lying and avoiding clients taking their money and the JACs. She seems awfully bothered by that the JAC is somehow being treated unfairly.
Although they even waived her court cost and stuff because she was indigent.
Right.
Hey, Harley girl.
She hasn't had to pay anything.
Huh.
Winston E. Hobson receives my forgiveness, who also unethically perjured himself to the judge and on court record about all the progress and attorney work he did on my case for the 2 months he was court appointed. As for his allegations of my supposed unethical requests, which meant me asking about my discovery and trying to have him file a motion for my lawful inclusion to my pretrial conferences cited under FRCP discovery, whatever. I wanted to be included in my case and no progress from being excluded by Bankowitz and Padilla over 3 years prior. Forgiveness also in telling me he would return in a week with my discovery only to receive his motion to withdraw. In the meantime, still not receiving my discovery, and I filing my own motion, enabling me to go to all my hearings, including my pretrials. Continued forgiveness in his greed and selfish intentions, also for robbing the JAC and indigent defendants of $15,000 more for nothing, justifying any work he really did do in the handful of days he represented me as my attorney. Finally, and with all my gold received from this one, I forgive Patricia A. Oh, this one's good. Patricia A. Cashman for her mean, snotty, egotistical attitude and not listening or caring that I finally received my discovery I kept asking for, which she fully withheld from me, citing her ridiculous, untrue reasons, was because I saw with my first attorney 4 years prior, and while she being my present at that time attorney, I saw not one page or any digital evidence of my discovery she prohibited me from seeing. Now, pause for a second. Didn't in court that attorney, that lady, that's the lady attorney that she wanted the judge to tell her to be nicer to.
Mm-hmm.
She said, if you could just tell her to be nicer to me, Judge, I think we could get along. And the judge was like, no, you're on your own. And that was it. That was the last attorney for her. Isn't that attorney the one that proved that Sarah actually did have this discovery in her possession? The stuff that she claimed to be asking for, and it gave dates that it was given to her.
It was given her, and she supposedly didn't know it. Or maybe she didn't know.
Maybe she didn't know, but
I don't think she was proactive.
Yeah, there's nothing perjury. She didn't perjure herself at all. She showed the proof.
Yeah.
Patricia A. Cashman is also forgiven for admitting I had a right to a bond I asked her for so I could actually utilize one of my rights, as opposed to having them always violated as prior and still ongoing. Then her deterrence of all my opportunities to do so. For all her lies, condescension, gross, unnecessary arguments, and anger that I asked any questions and wanted to understand, for her doing nothing other than give me an even harder time and request transcripts, then brazenly lie for over $16,000 for doing so, also from the precious resources provided from the JAC, I forgive Patricia A. Cashman for being a liar and a bully.
Wow.
Jesus.
And I'm
Wow.
suing her for unthankfulness.
That's right. That's right. Sounds like someone we know, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. All right. Then she keeps going. Forgiveness for all those who did not include me to receive my $15,000 share I worked for when Judge Kranick forced me to be my very own attorney to represent myself as pro se. Oh, did she think he was going to pay her for that?
I think she thought that. I didn't know that till this moment, but
She's like, I earned that $15,000. Where is it?
yeah, remember me sitting back here going, huh?
Oh my gosh. She thought she was going to get paid for that. I actually and finally got my own discovery almost 5 years later. Filed motions all prior should have done, making them the most expensive motions ever. At each $46,000 between the 3 prior attorneys. Would they have done so when supposedly representing me? The motions would have been priceless for the proper use of the JAC funds toward either professionalism, honesty, and freedom. I honorably utilized my JAC resources and mentorship as a proactive indigent defendant, avidly defending myself against the liars, thieves, and real villains in my criminal case. Who really is the criminal? The JAC can hopefully include their forgiveness for them also.
Hi, Beth.
Anyway. So she says, Judge Kranick, I forgive you for not giving me any opportunity to stand at your pulpit, to stand at all, to explain the real, truthful side of the story. Ma'am, did you not testify?
She did.
You did. You testified. You also gave a ridiculous statement where you were not interrupted. You got to say all this shit.
Mm-hmm.
No one stopped you. You've had plenty of opportunity to speak, ma'am.
Plus, you've written a lot of letters.
Right. Some would say too much opportunity to speak. Maybe you should shut up a little bit. It might have saved you some time. But no, it's your own big fat mouth. You know, you call it being a proactive defendant. No, you're an idiot. And you sank your own ship with that mouth of yours.
Yeah, you talked your way right into a life sentence.
Absolutely, you did. She had plenty. She testified. She had she had motions that she made. She had plenty of opportunity to speak to the judge. So this whole thing, I forgive you for not giving me any opportunity to stand at your pulpit, to stand at all, to explain the real, truthful side of the story. You're lying. That's crap.
Yeah.
I believe if the justice system, including yourself, would and should have done any vital homework on the already almost see-through attorneys from being spread so thin, and simply sending an email to care about their present workload, number of clients, trial schedules already in place before throwing another inmate, defendant, unknowing client on the heaping unimportant pile of warm bodies. None of that is your concern though, ma'am. You don't need to worry about that.
No.
You don't need to worry about at all what their caseload is like. You don't need to worry about that. That's not your job.
And you didn't care while it was going on. You didn't care at all. You chose to stay longer.
Right. I mean, and a minute ago in her letter, she was like, you're supposed to be impartial. You're not supposed to know anything ahead of time. Now she's mad that he didn't do his homework. Like, which is it? You can't have both. And now, her attorneys went from being bullies and terrible, horrible people to, oh, they're just exhausted from, having so much on their plate. Oh my God, she's maddening. Let's see. Jonathan, hold on just a second.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
It's all right.
Let's see. Foremost, Judge Cranick, I forgive you for kicking me when I was down and choking the life out of my constitutional amendments.
Mm-hmm.
Amendments? Does she mean rights?
I think so.
Most profoundly, my sixth right to counsel as a result of my wholehearted case of my first right to free speech and being my own advocate, since no one else would be, and received a paycheck for, in all of my free speech experience-driven letters only for remedy in any collaboration, inclusion, inclusion, receiving my inclusion, right? Receiving my discovery as an inmate, defendant, and client, not removal of any attorneys to cause more delays or any reason or excuse you may try to force on me and have already, quote, inappropriately accused me of doing prior with your heavily insinuated, quote, strategies of mine to try and deflect the glaring red flags, disappointments, and true crime in and at the justice system. Hoy. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyways, to this day and all forward, I do not forfeit my rights, any of them ever, especially my right to be bold, outspoken, and right in my real life experiences with the legal and justice systems. You weren't there, Judge Cranick, in anything, no meetings, phone calls, visits, and I still took my right. Oh, and still took my rights and pressed harder. Because he told her he wouldn't give her another attorney, a ninth attorney.
Mm.
I must now defend myself against you, praying you do not care too late as all the others, and retaliate further against me as a still proud citizen of the United States of my America, and
My America.
I know, and freely, excitedly using my God-given rights to still try and defend myself, to stand all the way up for you to remove my freedom altogether by allowing and approving my stab wound, bloody
Oh.
body parts, rapes, bumps, bruises, and all the rest of the beatings I endured. I hope you can finally see and understand just some of the pain from the extreme difficulties, obstacles, and unfairness, especially in my due process, you have added in my criminal case and life as an inmate, defendant, and client. All is forgiven.
We can tell.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it. All right. Anyways, she goes on and on and on. It makes no difference. All is forgiven. She forgives the prosecutors, Mr. J, Mr. Cacciatore. My forgiveness is also extended for your inappropriate, arbitrated motives. Okay, sure. For having to go through years of my pictures, videos, texts to erroneously piece together your deceitful, damning version of what really happened and who I am. After so much availability and for so long, you were finally able to make the circle fit into the square. So she's forgiving them because they looked at her text messages, pictures, and videos and put together a story.
The truth.
And which was the truth. I mean, that's what the evidence said. And she forgives them for that, I guess. I forgive your antics, ma'am. Theatricals, ma'am.
Maybe theatrics, but you know what?
Theatricals isn't a word.
No.
Ludicrous
I don't think it
comments
is.
to make sure the world got their money's worth while oh wow
Well, mm,
watching with ignorant pitch no yeah with ignorant pitchforks and burning torches, hoping for the best from you, which is my worst. Instead of dropping the mic, Mr. J, you dropped the bat. Underline. For the yelling, finger pointing, and intense
oh,
under
undertaking, under time, wait,
under something to force your theoreticals and fantastics on the jury by using imaginary space adventures and fictional characters to blind and bedazzle them with your far, far away from the truth dramatizations. Did he talk about space characters and space adventures? I don't remember that.
no, and frankly, they're the ones that got pointed at by her lawyer.
Always.
He was the pointer.
Yes, he was a pointer. It bothered me every time too.
Yeah.
In all your pieced together productions, I forgive you most for never seeing the light in people, their human goodness, humor, and big hearts. Yeah, well, none of those get you off of murder, ma'am. You could be hilarious. You could have the biggest heart in Florida. You're still guilty of murder. You killed a man.
Yes.
Dummy. I don't care about your human goodness or how funny you are. Don't care.
Mm-mm.
You wake up to seek out the opposite, to condemn, to take lives in your own way. No, they wake up to seek justice, and that's what
Yeah,
they got.
you took a life,
Right.
Sarah.
Who took a life here? You did. See the good that does exist in all of us inherently. I don't see any good in you, ma'am.
No.
You're a selfish, nasty, terrible person. I used to think you were just stupid, and now I don't. I think you're stupid and evil.
Yeah.
And that's dangerous. See the good that does exist in all of us, inherently and unforced, even as the proud Mr. J stated, the kick dog that bites. Mr. J, who kicked the dog in the first place? You did.
Right.
In my wisdom, it's usually best to leave sleeping dogs, then they don't bite. Well, you probably shouldn't trap one in a suitcase then, huh?
Right.
My gold goes out to the jury for not understanding my cracks, from being blinded from the injustice and malpractice of the judicial and prosecutorial errors, the very apparent violations of my constitutional rights during my case and entire trial, which caused mass confusion and dysfunction. I forgive the jury, truly, for being weary from this confusion and dysfunction. Also from being hungry and tired and wanting to go home to their families after being away from them in full capacity for 2 full weeks. I understand, she says. From this and their brash, misguided, corrupted decision, I was wrongfully judged a murderer instead of a survivor. For this, all is forgiven. For this, I can still survive and stand tall, having an even greater, the greatest opportunity to finally be understood in the Supreme Court for my appeal. I didn't lose. God just wanted me to win in a different way. Freedom in forgiveness. In the end, I forgive myself for not choosing my life sooner. She read this on the stand.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, she forgives herself for all the terrible things that George did to her. Forgive me, George. Forgive me, Torres family. Forgive me, Judge Cranick, to the entire planet. Forgive me. Yeah, after all that shit. Now she wants to be forgiven. She's disgusting. God, she makes me sick. Her speech or whatever was I've never seen anything like it. I
gotta
just
step
have never
away.
seen anything like it.
I'll be right back.
Okay. She wants to be a help for other domestic violence survivors. Remember, she said that on the stand too. To help them not ever become a casualty of domestic violence, as so many others, to stop the abuse and maltreatment before it's too late. There's always hope. You can survive. In my soft-spoken conclusion, I ask this: would I be the darling mother, celebrated woman of the year, if it were I who died? How many daughters, mothers, sisters, aunts, grandmothers, nieces, and friends have been because they did? I am a survivor. Learn to do good, seek justice, rebuke the oppressor, defend the fatherless, plead for the widow. Yeah, you're none of those things, ma'am. You're none of those things. All encompassing, protect the abused. Sarah Boone. Oh, that does say 12/2/24. So I don't know. Maybe the original was written on 12/2. Yes, 12/2 was the day she got sentenced, right? She is a piece of work. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that amazing, you guys? I didn't even read it all because it's 27 or it's 23 pages. But 12/2 was the day she got sentenced. So that's the majority of that was read on 12/2. But the stuff that was added or whatever, she wrote all of that together as one big piece and sent it to the judge on the 6th. That's what the dates discrepancies are. And that makes sense because she wanted the judge to see her unedited version. And that's what this is right here. This is her unedited version.
Okay.
It's totally long. It's ridiculous. If anyone ever wants to see a copy, just let me know. I'll be happy to give it to you. I'm sure anybody can find it online.
Yeah.
I don't know how Randy just. Did you hear what I said about the 12/2 date?
No.
Okay, so at the very bottom, it's signed 12/2, which is why you saw that.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And that's the date she was sentenced. That was the date that all of this was originally written, right? See,
Well,
there it is. 12/2.
The
But
third is when she was sentenced. So she
no,
wrote
she
all
was
this.
sentenced on the 2nd.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't remember. I had things to do that day.
Yes. Yeah, I believe it was the 2nd. I could be wrong. Someone check me if I'm wrong. But anyway, regardless, but this all unedited version that she wanted the judge to have, she put this all together and gave it to him on the 6th.
Oh.
That's why we have the two different dates.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay. So there's
she
that
did
for
have
Sarah.
So this is what she really wanted to read
Yes.
during her. She
Yeah.
was mad, like mad from the
No,
jump.
she's forgives everybody, Randy.
Oh, you're right. You're
She
right.
forgives
Oh, my
everybody. She's not mad. Not at all. You saw mad in it?
bad.
How'd you get mad from that?
I don't know. You know, if you start out with a bad attitude, you see everything is bad. You know.
No, I think she's extremely mad, and she's even more mad now because her little plan to read all of that and the judge, didn't see the halo forming on top of her head as she spoke. The judge sentenced her to life and said goodbye. He said 0 words.
Yeah,
He
quickly.
said nothing to her.
He woke up from his nap and said, "Oh, it's my turn." Life.
Totally.
That's what happened.
Totally what happened. He's
And
like,
it was
great.
great.
It was fantastic. Oh, it was so good. Yeah, I'm great. Nothing to see here. Just ridiculous. Anyway. All right, on to Joseph. Let's watch this jabroni. Tell us how this woman was so abusive to him, please.
Yes, and the
Another
good thing is
lunatic.
he speaks so slowly that I put it on 1.5 and was fine. Like, I didn't even
Totally
know I
fine.
had it that fast.
Yeah,
So
good. Then let's do that.
it's no, wrong button, Rainbow. Okay, so
God, he looks like a freak.
damn, I can't stand it. I need to take that back. I dislike him very much. The cross, I have not got to listen to.
Look, they did a motion for acquittal. See, just like they did in Sarah Boone's. Did you see that? Go down and look at the timestamps one more time. Look at that. They did a motion for acquittal. The defense did a motion for acquittal. Denied. Of course. But that's what Sarah Boone's attorney did too. And that was denied as well.
Mhm.
I guess they just do that.
Well, yeah, if you watch a lot of cases, you'll see that they do that usually all through the trial, and you're just like, what?
Yeah. They have to, throw the ball out, I guess, just to see.
And while
Yeah.
I try to use Court TV because, I felt friendly with the guy that was in there from Court TV, but they put it on members only, so you can't type during the trial, and it's really aggravating. But whatever, that's my
Oh,
only
all
that's
right.
my only complaint with
You
him.
had things you wanted to say, ma'am?
Yeah,
Well, luckily you have a platform and you can say I'm here.
And that's exactly what I was thinking when they wouldn't let me type. I'm like, well, all right, that's
Fine.
it.
I'll just say it for my own panel.
You're not gonna like it.
Yeah.
No, you are gonna like it probably, but this is I couldn't. Oh, I can't believe how he gets up there, because I want to remind everyone exactly what he said when he was being questioned, which was, I just kind of snapped and felt rage and jumped on her.
Yeah.
And so that was his story. And this is his new version of events.
Oh, he changed his story. Okay.
Oh yeah. And he gets so non-emotional
Like
that
Sarah.
sometimes when he has to think, he'll have to say, "I need a minute,"
Yeah.
What choice have you made in that regard? You understand it's completely your choice, obviously done with advice of counsel. You have an absolute right not to testify if you don't want to, and the court, if requested, would instruct a jury. It could not use that against you in any way. You also have the absolute right to testify if that's your choice.
Captions are unavailable.
Then are we ready to bring the jury in?
Yes.
Wow, I wonder. No, y'all let me know if it's too fast. Once he gets on the stand, it's not that fast. Yes, it's brand new. It's going on right now, Alicia. He killed his wife. And I think it's came out now that he was cheating on her. So,
Oh, no.
Yeah, I think all this was pre-planned.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's not good.
Members of the jury are present. The state has rested. Does the defense wish to present a case, Ms. Jan?
Yes, thank you. We call Joseph Ferlazzo.
Hey, Lace.
Lacey.
Good morning.
Look at him. What a
What's your
fucking
name?
psycho.
Joseph Ferlazzo.
Joseph Ferlazzo.
Yes,
Yes.
You're the defendant in this case, correct?
correct.
So, Joseph, we're going to take things one subject at a time, okay?
Very good.
How are you feeling this morning?
Very nervous, very anxious, very tired. Yeah,
Okay.
Nobody cares, Joseph.
Reaches a point where you feel you need a break, let us know, please.
yes.
So let's start with some easy information. Where were you born?
I was born in Pennsylvania, Reading, Pennsylvania.
Is that where you grew up?
Yes, that is where I grew up. I was there until I think
Now, everyone let me know if it's too
maybe
fast.
11 or 12 years old.
Everybody hear him?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, move.
Can you hear me now?
Better.
Oh, yeah, let's do a joke right quick.
When did you move to Vermont?
I moved to Vermont in 2012.
Were you working as a tattoo artist at that time?
Yes, I was.
When did you meet Emily?
I met Emily in 2018.
And to be clear, we're talking about Emily Ferlazzo, who was your wife, right?
Yes.
How did you meet her?
Well, I had initially met her through her friend Lauren. I can't remember her last name. Lauren.
Lauren.
Yes.
What were the circumstances?
The circumstances where I was teaching Lauren. She was serving a piercing apprenticeship. She was apprenticing to be a body piercer.
And you were giving her lessons on
Right.
how to do that?
That's correct. Yes, she was apprenticing under me to learn how to do all body piercings.
And was Emily with her?
So when Lauren was preparing to start working with clients, she had a sort of a nervous disposition, and it made it so that she was very shaky. And she looked visually like just to see her, she looked like uncomfortable holding a needle. It was a very shaky hand, and I was like telling her how working with the shop's clientele wasn't going to happen until she was more comfortable. So I suggested to have some friends, people that she was more comfortable around, and
What do you mean?
in hopes that she would stop shaking and would be able to do a nice, steady, precise piercing.
So let me make sure I understand what you just said.
Yeah.
Were you suggesting to her that she do a piercing on somebody she knew?
Exactly, yes, a close friend or someone that she felt comfortable with. So
Okay. And who was that person?
it was Emily.
And that's how you first met her?
That's how I first met her. Yes.
And did you have any kind of extended conversation with Emily at that point?
In the beginning of the piercing procedures, it was all business. Really just instructing Lauren where to mark, how to prep the skin, things to look for. My conversation with Emily didn't occur until after all of the piercings had been completed, and then the mood sort of changed a bit. It was a little more relaxed, and everyone could just sort of like chop it up, just chat with each other. And we had started talking, and she was awesome. So we talked for a while, and when she left, I made a comment to Lauren. I said that I was like, that friend of yours is something special. I said I wouldn't mind making her my next ex-wife. Lauren laughed.
You didn't start dating her at that point, did you?
No.
Wow.
I think she was seeing somebody else, and I was seeing somebody else.
Yeah.
But we definitely hit it off.
Okay.
Oh my God.
So how did it come about that you met Emily again?
I had moved to Maine for a little while in 2019. And when I moved back to Vermont in 2020, and I contacted Lauren
Why?
requesting, hang out and see what she was doing, see where she was at with things, how her piercing had progressed, and was curious. I had tattooed her before. I was curious if she wanted any more artwork, or if we would just like hang out, do a kickback, and spend time.
Okay, you contacted Lauren, and
Yes.
did that result in you connecting with Emily?
Well, Lauren was excited. She said, "Oh my God, I would love a new tattoo. I want one. As a matter of fact, I'm talking to my sister who wants one, and I'm talking to Emily who also wants one. So like we're all excited. So if you can tattoo us, like yeah, please, like come and tattoo us." So that's what happened.
When was that?
That was early summer, late spring. I'm not exactly sure of the month. 2020, April, May, June time period.
Okay, so that's when you reconnected with Emily.
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And what happened with Emily after that in connection with you?
Well, I had done that piece of art for her, and I want to say it was maybe a week and a half, or not even 2 weeks later, that I don't know if I messaged her. She messaged me. I'm not sure on that, but what I do know is that she wanted to have more tattooing done. She's like, "Oh my God, like I really love this tattoo, like, and now I want more," which leads me to think that she contacted me. But yeah, so that's what happened approximately. Like I said,
Come on.
week and a half, 2 weeks later, she's back getting more tattoos. I'm asking her how she's been in the last 2 weeks, how her tattoo healed. Her demeanor was different. She told me she had just broken up with her boyfriend. She dyed her hair a different color. She was extremely flirty, and
Oh, it's all her fault.
I was receptive to that. I was like, "Wow, like you really seem like pretty open today." Like, and I asked her if she wanted to go have a motorcycle ride and see a tour of some of Vermont.
And did she?
Yes, she did. Yes, we took a motorcycle ride that evening. Went through the canyon, went through some of the areas down in middle Vermont, and then I returned her. She was staying with Lauren had a boyfriend named Sam at the time, and she was staying at I think it was the place that Sam was renting. So I returned her to Sam's place.
Where were you living?
I was staying with friends. I was bouncing around. I had just come back from Maine, like I said, and
So
I
he's
was
a
bouncing
bum.
between my friend Spencer Lemon's house, which everyone met a couple days ago. You guys met Spencer Lemons. So him and my friend Sarah, who's in the court today, I was staying with her. My friends were hospitable, and they let me couch surf a bit until I got back on my feet.
By which you mean establishing your practice as a tattoo artist so that you could support yourself. Is that what you
That's
mean?
right. Yes, rent is expensive in Vermont.
Go ahead and
for
speak
anyone here
for
who
him
rents.
there.
So I had to get my finances secure so I could, regain my independence.
So after that night, when did you see Emily next?
The next day.
How did that come about?
Yes.
Well, I after I dropped her off and I returned, I believe I was staying with my friend Sarah at the time. And as I said, I returned to Sarah's and I texted Emily to let her know that I had arrived safely. She asked me why I did not kiss her. And I said, there's always tomorrow. And then we saw each other the next day. And I believe, yeah, so she had gone over to Lauren was living with her parents. So Emily was staying with Lauren's parents. And we went, hung out, strolled around their property. They had like a hammock. We like sat in the hammock and just like watched the sun go down, just talked, smoked a little marijuana, and, just relaxed and hung out.
And after that, did you continue to see Emily?
Yes, I did.
I mean, hell, they were married.
I know, like, right.
Almost every day, almost every single summer, but she would visit Vermont. Like I said, almost every single day. So she would either stay with Lauren or Sam, or she would have Connecticut. We were stuck to each other.
Magnetic?
Issue. It was really just two onlookers, our friends. Some of our friends had opinions about relationships with an age difference. But to me personally, no, I did not have an issue. We got along very well, and
Isn't he like 20 years older than her?
Yeah.
I just told my friends like it is what it is. Like it's going good, so
Everything was good?
Right.
And did there come a point where you and Emily decided to get married?
yes.
How did that happen?
Well, that happened at the end of the summer. I want to say it was somewhere around August. There was finally enough money in the account to afford first, last, and security, and we found an apartment. Actually, she found the apartment. We were looking at several places, and then she had just out of happenstance just found an ad that was recently put on. She called the number. The guy was like actually there. He's like, I'm here right now. Just come over right now. We just sort of fell into it, and we liked the place. And I said, if you lived in Vermont, we could definitely see each other a lot more. You wouldn't have to travel back and forth to New Hampshire. And she jumped at it. So we moved in together in August. The place was in Essex. And then I want to say it was maybe a month into living there. It was like September.
I'm gonna have to bump it some
I don't
more.
exactly remember. It was like,
So you were happy?
I was happy.
And did she seem to be happy?
Yes, she was.
And during these first few months of your relationship, what I've already asked you, you said it was euphoric and you were both happy, right?
Yes, that's right.
What's the matter? You're looking a little.
Yeah, I'm feeling very emotional right now.
Yes, make sure you say that. So the
What's
jury
bothering
can
you?
hear.
Yes.
I miss her.
What do you mean, what's bothering you? Shut up, man. Just ask your dumb questions.
He
Let me
The
know when you're
fuck?
ready to
It's not
start.
therapy.
right.
This isn't
And
a
most
therapy
people
session. Just ask your stupid questions and shut up.
yes. And the prosecution does get sick of his whatever this is he's doing.
Good.
But you don't have to tell people you're emotional if you're emotional. You don't have to tell
Right.
anyone.
Right.
Yeah, his sister didn't have to say I'm emotional.
So it seems like such a weird
I'm okay.
leading question. Let's make sure that we show emotion for the jury. Don't forget.
Yes. She does a lot of leading, but they do try to get her to stop.
You're okay?
I'm okay.
So you said that
Yes.
in September,
In September.
you and she decided to get married.
That's right.
And when did you get married?
We got married on October 10th, 2020. So what had happened is we sat down and had a conversation about what dates we thought were going to work. And after the conversation, I reached out to a friend of mine by the name of Teresa, who was an ordained minister. And when I messaged Teresa, I said, hey, can I call you? Can we talk? So I called her and I asked her if she'd be interested in marrying Emily and I. And she said that she would happily do it. And I told her the dates and she's like, yeah, like that's a couple weeks away. Like, let's go for it. So we did. We got married
Where?
in Burlington.
We've seen the photo, your wedding photo.
Yes. I saw it, was it yesterday or? Since all this happened, I haven't been able to remember her. And that was like one of the first times I saw that picture. And
How did it make you feel?
it hit hard. But yeah, that was.
Why did it hit you so hard?
We were so happy, and you had said something to me the other day about our lives have a trajectory, and standing in that on that dock.
I'm going to object. This is a non-responsive answer.
I'm going to allow it.
Thank you.
Why?
And standing on
So,
that.
yeah, standing on that dock and looking at where I am now, like it just makes me very emotional.
Hey,
What
Mayor
emotions
Sarge.
does it arouse in you?
Sadness and depression and just pain, heartache.
But no
Yeah.
regret, huh? No regret?
Okay,
But-
so you
not
got married
remorse.
in
Yes, we did.
Burlington.
Yes, we got
Uh-huh.
married in Burlington.
Looked from the photo that you were down at the waterside.
We were actually we had snuck out onto one of the floating docks and we were in Lake Champlain. And we had a small ceremony. It was Teresa, Emily, myself, and Lauren.
That was it.
That was it.
Okay, and I think you said you had rented the apartment in Essex.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. So how did things go with your relationship after you got married?
It was pretty normal stuff. From the summertime,
Stop you because normal is different for each person.
normal is different from person to person.
What do you mean? It was
So-
normal stuff.
Well, in the summertime, when we started seeing each other, both of us were working a lot less. And then as it came into fall, she had gotten a job at UVM as a CNA. And she was working more, and I took the opportunity to work more. And
And let me just stop you. Were you working at a tattoo shop at this point or working self-employed?
I was self-employed, and
So where did you do the tattoos?
I did tattooing at the apartment in Essex.
Knew it.
It was very large, and one of the rooms had lots of big windows. So it was a great room to set up as a studio.
Mm.
Did there come a time when surveillance camera was installed in that room?
Yes. After some time of Emily observing me working with clients, she thought it'd be a good idea if she were to get a ring
A ring camera?
for the studio room.
Why?
Well, to keep an eye in case anything happened, if anyone were to like pass out, or if I was to flirt
See.
with a client, or say something got stolen on a bathroom break, just reasons for having security like a surveillance camera.
Okay, so I interrupted you. You said that you and she both started working more.
Right.
And in terms of your relationship, how did it go?
Well, so our relationship started out as a lot of relationships do, and it was more of just like a verbal contract, right? And by that I mean like what we're gonna do, what we're not gonna do. I apologize for interrupting. I'm specifically asking if your relationship continued as happy as it was in the beginning. Well, I think what I'm getting at is the relationship had changed a little bit from when I met her, I was polyamorous, and then she asked me to be monogamous, and I said that I would be monogamous with a polyamorous clause. After the monogamy had run its course, then we would just switch to polyamory.
Were you monogamous for the most part during your marriage with Emily?
I was
What?
monogamous for the duration of the summer of.
I'm sorry, what? We're just
Clearly.
gonna say that like that's normal?
Yeah.
So he wanted to have, however many sexual partners.
Clearly.
He wasn't going to be monogamous, and he told her that he would be for a little while for the summer, but then after that, it was open season
Right. For him.
for him. And what, not for her though, because she's monogamous, of course. So
Yeah. And really, Amy, there's nothing to catch up on. It's kind of like the Brian Laundrie case. They traveled to Vermont for a little mini vacation, and he killed her and cut her up and put her in garbage bags and put her in the shower. And now he's claiming self-defense.
damn.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know that Brian Laundrie claimed self-defense, but I mean, and it happened around the same time and kind of the same type of scenario, but yeah. And we can't stand him.
Not even a little bit.
2020, and when we started seeing other people is when we switched over to a polyamorous relationship.
So let me ask you
Wait.
this. Was this polyamorous, monogamous,
I
a
don't
source of
believe that.
tension between you and Emily?
Well, the source of tension was that with polyamory, you have to be very communicative. Like you have to talk to each other. I'm going to be here with so and so. I'm going to be there with so and so. Right? Like just who I'm going to be with, where I'm going to be. Just safe practices all around. Using protection so everyone can stay in good health.
And it sounds like this is not something Emily would have chosen, correct?
Well, I want to say that it was her idea to be monogamous because she did say to me, I don't want to share you and I don't want you to share me.
Right.
Which I said, that's only going to last so long until you find someone that you're interested in. And then
Sounds like
I will
you're
find
an
someone that I'm
insecure
interested in.
little
And then we'll
puss.
just have, whether it's,
Well,
That's what it sounds like to me, sir. You're an insecure little baby.
right. But she's not here to tell the truth,
Of course not.
to tell what happened. We all have to rely on his words. What does that mean? That you just sleep with other people or you date other people? I don't.
Yeah, they had that sexual partners. You have multiple sexual partners. And
Oh.
he's trying to put it as, well, I'm not going to be enough for you, even though she's quite clearly saying, yes, you are.
Right.
I don't want to share you and I don't want you to share me. And he's like, well, that's not going to be enough for you, when he's the one who wants it, not her.
Right.
What a fucking, oh my God. Go fuck yourself.
I
man.
wish she had just ran. If anybody ever tells you you're not going to be enough, run. You
Just
are
run.
enough. There's
You're
somebody
more
out there.
than enough.
Yes. Ugh.
group interactions or if it's separate interactions.
Putting aside this tension that
Right.
may or may not have existed about the sexuality of your and Emily's relationship,
Right.
How did the rest of your relationship go with her?
Well, there was obvious flaws to the communication breakdown. And it started to spur arguments.
Yeah, starting with she didn't want to do this.
Yeah.
I left my device open
You made
for
her.
to see who I was talking to.
Your phone.
My phone.
Yes.
And it led to it led to violence and
Well, explain what you mean.
like
by that.
physical abuse started coming into our relationship, where she would go through my phone and then respond by beating on me.
Sure.
Do you remember the first
Sure,
time that may have
Jan.
happened?
Yes, I do.
Tell me about that, please.
Boy.
Well, I put my
Yeah.
phone on the charger, and she invited me to watch a season of whatever show that she was binging, so that we would sort of both be versed in the show and we could sort of talk about it. So I said, "Yeah, I'll watch this show, and we'll talk about it later." So she wandered off and took my phone, gave it an examination. When she came back from the examination, I was still sitting in a chair in front of the television, and she walked up to me and she threw my phone and it hit me in the side of my face.
Oh.
And I turned to look at her, and she just started in with like a flurry of like punches, just hitting me in my head. And
Closed hand.
close fist.
What side of your head? Both fists?
She was on my right side. Yeah, both fists. Yeah.
I missed this
So
part
first she
today.
threw your phone at you and it
Yeah.
hit you in the head.
Yeah, right here.
What did you do?
I was shocked. It was the first time that I've ever seen that side of her. So, and then the punches started coming in. So I just naturally like defend myself. I blocked the punches and I sort of find my way out of the chair, and she wasn't stopping. So I had to physically like catch her arms, and I had to hold her arms by her sides until she sort of ran out of steam, just restraining her.
Was she saying anything to you while this was happening?
Yeah, just really, she was really angry. So, you're a fucking asshole. I don't want to, do I have to
You're
swear?
cheating on me.
Say what she
Yeah,
said.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, she would say, you're a fucking
Screaming at other
asshole.
women.
I can't believe you're still fucking talking to this bitch.
Yes.
You told me you were going to stop talking to her.
Thank you.
And it
All
was
the
fun,
things
but I know
that
for years
any
before
normal
that I would
woman
stop
would
being
say.
physical with this friend. And
Yeah.
You know
that
what? That
our
pisses me
relationship
off
wasn't
so
going to
bad.
dissolve.
Hold on. Pisses me off so bad because he's making it seem like she's being unreasonable, when that's a normal response that any woman would have in
Yes.
finding out that your man is talking and sleeping with other women. Like, maybe don't do that then. Maybe you need a divorce. Good grief.
Right. I don't even think they were married yet at this point, but I'm not sure. They may have been. But obviously she wasn't down for the polyamorous.
Clearly. So if she's not down with it, then he shouldn't be doing it.
Exactly.
If he still wants to have a relationship with her, he needs to let her go then.
Yes.
Break up with her so you can sleep around. Go be a hoe somewhere else.
Yeah. You offer her nothing. Nothing. She had to put okay. if the first clue to this lawyer who's asking him these questions, if she had to put a camera in his at-home studio because he obviously couldn't get a job in a tattoo shop, I wonder why. Then if she put a camera in there, that shows you she didn't want the polyamorous lifestyle.
She did, and she was more than clear about that. He said several times she did
Yeah.
not want it.
Yeah. But then he's going to allude to, because he said, well, and then later, but then she interrupted him with her leading statements and questions.
Right. Yeah, don't let him talk too much because it's not going to look good for him.
Right. What he's trying to do is look away and look pitiful.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
No.
you're not pitiful. You're a pathetic murderer, cheater, murderer that should be under a jail. Not even on trial right now. He should be under a jail.
Yes, agree.
Because we were friends since 2014. Like, just with respect to the monogamy that Emily had requested, I stopped being physical with her.
So Emily was
The nerve of
saying
Emily.
that she was angry. Was she angry?
Yes, she was. Yes, she was very angry. Yes, she was assaulting me
So she was verbally
verbally.
angry
Yes.
and physically
Yes, ma'am.
hitting you.
Yes, physically.
And did you ever hit her back?
No, ma'am.
So you took her by the arms.
Yes.
And did she calm down?
Yeah. Yes. After a bit of time, she had calmed down, and when she finally stopped yelling, I opened up communication to tell her that I wasn't continuing a sexual relationship with Victoria, like I had previously said, that it was strictly friendship, only platonic, and there was no reason for her to be upset. Like, her and I were very physical. We were always together. Like,
He looks to his
Talking
left
about
when he's
Emily, yeah,
lying.
like
Emily,
Emily and I there was no issues where I wanted to, at that moment, like at that time, like I didn't want to be with anybody else.
Okay. And did you
Then
ever talk
why
to
do
her
you have
at this
messages
time,
on your phone that
at
say
this instance,
otherwise?
about the fact
Yeah. Why would she think that?
Right.
did
If you
she
didn't want to
read?
be with anybody else, then why is she opening your phone and seeing messages that clearly show otherwise? Sir?
Yeah. If I see a message from a woman to Jim that just says, hey, how are you doing? I'm not going to get mad.
No.
So why would she? Doesn't make
Right.
sense.
Obviously, there's more there than you're willing to tell, aren't you, mister?
Mm-hmm.
that she had thrown your phone at you and hit you? Did you ever talk about that?
Oh, yeah, actually, yes. I said that. I did. I said that. It's not okay. Like, I don't hit you, so please don't hit me. Like, I grew up in a household where hitting happened, and I don't want to continue that. And her and I had talked about bringing children into our relationship, so I thought that domestic abuse definitely needed to be like cut out of the equation.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're a
surely
good
other
guy.
women also need to be cut out. You probably got to get rid of the other women too, I'm thinking.
And he'll say this, y'all keep listening, because he'll say this a few times. Like I said, no more hitting. Just like that too. No more hitting.
When
Well,
he
she
can
had
clearly
apologized.
overpower her.
Right.
He can clearly overpower her and hold her arms down. Hey, Nana Patty.
Hey, Nana Patty.
After some time, for her harsh reaction,
Harsh
and
reaction.
we had gotten together and sort of made up, physically, emotionally. I think that we got to a place where it didn't happen again. For some time.
How long is some time? A week, a month?
It was probably a good month, or maybe even a month and a half.
And I forgot to ask you, approximately when did this incident happen?
I want to say somewhere, it was fall of 2020.
Well, after you got married, right? No?
Could have been September, October.
Okay. So fall of 2020
Yeah,
was
fall.
the first time
Yes,
that
right.
you had seen, as you put it, this side of Emily.
Exactly.
And so I just asked you, when, if ever, did another incident occur where you saw this side of her?
Right. Yes, there was more incidents from that point moving forward. And I want to say it was, if we were in September, October, November, yeah, I want to say probably maybe late October, early November, if I'm thinking on the calendar. Hard to say exactly, but there was another instance where I recall I was sitting on the bed in our bedroom, and I was sending a text message. Actually, I think it was an Instagram message But I
Mhm.
was messaging a client that I was interested in more than a professional relationship with, and Emily
So
came in and
another
she saw I was
girlfriend.
sending
Yeah.
like a GIF or GIF, however, and people say it differently. But yeah, like a short video clip. And when Emily came into the room, she had her laptop computer, and she saw what I was doing, and she assaulted me with her laptop.
What does that mean, she assaulted you?
She jumped on the bed and struck me in the head. Like she hit me. She had the laptop and she hit me with it
Where?
in my head,
What part of your head?
like the back of my head on the right side, I guess.
Did she say anything?
Yeah, she said things like "you're a piece of shit" and
are.
you
Yeah, where's the lie though?
Right.
something about pathetic.
Mhm.
Yes, pathetic. All good
Yeah, I
words.
don't remember a whole lot of other verbiage, but
Did she do anything else physical other than hit you in the back of the head with her laptop?
she tried to. I like scurried off the side of the bed, and
What did she try to do?
she like came running after me. Like she came like scurrying across the bed, and I just sort of like ran around the perimeter of the bed to stay away from her.
God.
You know, I was saying, things like calm down, like let's just talk it out, like
You're a
Hit you in the head
cheater.
with a laptop, did it hurt?
yes, it hurt.
You talk out. You're
Was
a
there
damn
blood?
cheat.
No, there was no bleeding.
Did it leave like a lump in your head?
Yeah, there was like a lump, like a goose egg.
Okay.
Good
So
for
he
you. Good for you,
he-
Emily.
yes, and I hope that's true, which I don't believe him. But so he scurried off the bed and ran from her and said, "Come on, stop. Let's talk about
Let's
this."
talk about it. We need open communication. Yeah, no, you're a
Right.
damn dirty cheat. Which you
Yes.
are. Pathetic.
Did you seek medical attention?
No, I didn't seek any medical attention.
Okay. And how did that incident end? Did she finally calm down?
Yes, she did. She calmed down, and she
Yeah.
asked me, why I was talking to this. Well, she used, she said bitch, but I told her that,
Yes.
I had
Agreed.
interest, and
You're married.
if she wanted
He
to,
knows you're a
if
married
she wanted to talk
man.
about it further, the door was open for
Much
communication.
nicer word than I would
And,
have used.
She actually didn't want to talk about it further.
No, why
just
would
wanted
she?
to- She just wanted to get some food. She wanted to go to like McDonald's and get some food and watch some Netflix.
So it just ended.
Yeah.
Oh, you just
Did
look
there
so
come a time
confused
when
by that, you
another
liar.
incident occurred where she became physical with you?
Yes.
How long after the incident
This
you just
makes me
talked about did the
sick,
next one
man.
occur?
That was probably
I missed all this.
This man makes
there was
me
an incident.
sick.
Right, Kelly? Why?
Probably the
Why?
next month and somewhere in December, I guess it would be at this point. But yeah, like the next month there was
She's
an
22.
incident where
She's a baby.
I was tattooing
She wasn't. I think she
a
was
woman,
20
and
at this
Emily was
time.
listening and
She's
watching on
supposed to
the ring camera.
understand
And
his fuck and his need
when
to
the client left,
get his dick wet from everybody else.
Um,
Nasty pig.
Right.
Fucking
Listen,
nasty hag. You're disgusting, man. You're gross.
and I know it's to each their own, but I'm telling you, if you still have the need or the want to lay with anyone else while you're married, just get divorced.
Yeah, obviously you don't need to be married.
Yes.
Then just get a divorce. Then if you want to have all these other relationships,
Right.
you're so gross.
Polyamorous is look, get mad or not, I don't care. That's permission to cheat.
Of course it is, especially if one of them doesn't want it.
Yes.
You knew full well that she didn't want it. Sorry, but you did. You knew it, and you married her anyway. There's a whole part of your vows about forsaking all others, right?
Mm-hmm.
The fuck,
Right. The whole, what
Callie,
God
that's
brings
exactly what I
together.
think. She probably had to deal with such unbelievable gaslighting, mentally tormented that girl. I 100% believe
Absolutely.
that.
I
You
believe
can
that
already
too.
tell this guy's a game player. It's everything is, it's your fault for your feelings instead of the fact that he's causing this torment.
I got $50 that says his mom still cuts the crust off his sandwich.
I bet this fucking defense attorney does actually.
Yeah.
she came in, and so I tattoo people on like a fold out.
What does that mean?
Essentially, it's a massage table, but it's like a large padded fold out table that a person will lie on to get tattoos and whatnot.
Right, Alicia?
Emily had come into the room and like flipped the table onto its side, like threw it on the floor. I had a workstation set up with a bunch of tattoo pigment. Essentially, people will call it ink, but it's different colored tattoo pigments.
Just say ink and
she like
go
knocks
on.
everything onto the ground and
You're so fancy.
comes over and starts slapping me.
Garage
Open
tattoos.
palm?
Yeah, she had an open palm. She slapped my face, and
I think he is
see what
trying to
happens,
look traumatized.
I had unplugged the Ring camera. I was
Oh, really?
I
Interesting.
was
how
done
convenient.
being watched and scrutinized for my conversation with my friends. So
Interesting. So you unplugged the
I
camera.
unplugged the
so she
camera,
couldn't
and
keep tabs.
Emily did not like it, and she came
Of
in
course
and
not.
assaulted me.
Hold on.
Well, you
Hold on.
described
Hold
her
on. Hold
hitting
on.
you with on your face.
Everything that happened so far is all his doing.
Yes.
He unplugged the camera that they mutually agreed on installing so that she could watch and feel comfortable and feel safe. He
Mhm.
unplugged it because he didn't want her watching him talk to somebody.
Mhm.
Obviously, he's doing something he shouldn't be doing, and he knows it. So, of course, she comes in and has a problem about it.
Right.
Like, fuck you, man. I'm not feeling sorry for you one bit. I hope this jury isn't buying this shit.
Oh, please. I'm sure they're not. I'm sure they're not. If they are, we're going to Vermont.
Oh my gosh.
But I
This
just
guy is
know they're
such
not. Because
some
everything he has
weenie,
said.
yes. Absolutely weenie. That's what you are, man. You're
Two
coward.
people calling him a known creep pre-murder. And oh, look there. Alan says, all I can find about his tattoo career is one decent picture. That's probably the one he gave his sister. Two people calling him a known creep. That was pre-murder. Well, that we know of, because his stepmom died in suspicious ways, being stabbed.
Right.
And poor reviews of a studio called Body Art he once worked at.
I believe that. I believe every bit of that.
Mm-hmm.
I think he is a damn creep. He probably hits on all the chicks that come in. That's probably why he chose tattooing as a career. All the hot chicks he was going to meet. And get
Right.
to
He
touch
should have
their
went with a
body.
whole different face if that was the face he was working with.
Ugh.
An
He's a
attitude.
creep. Absolute creepy eyes. Look at them creepy fucking black eyes. Go to hell, dude. Go fuck yourself.
Oh,
I can't stand you.
I missed this part earlier. Boy, I'm glad I did. Jim would have came home to a tyrant.
Ugh.
Yeah.
An open palm.
That's right.
Did
Yep.
she hit you in any other way?
I think there was like some, she like pounded on me with like a closed fist, like on my chest.
No.
Just
Yeah, and it did
Yeah.
nothing to you.
You are much bigger than Emily, aren't you?
Yes,
I'm 6 foot.
you're
probably
twice
about
her
200 pounds.
size and
And she
twice
is
her
much
age.
smaller
You're
than you.
fine.
She's 5'3", about 130 pounds.
So I've asked you a couple of times if what she did to you hurt you. Explain to us how a woman who's that much smaller than you can actually inflict pain.
Liar.
Well, I think my nervous system is working pretty well because if someone hits me, I feel it and I have a pain response.
Shut up.
She hit
Shut
hard. She
up.
wasn't.
I was.
She wasn't a gentle person. I wouldn't describe her as gentle.
Shut up.
You know what? I bet you
So
I would
she
like to
came in
hit
and
you and you
She
feel
said,
it.
"I can't
I
believe
bet I
that
can make you feel
you're
some
fucking this
things.
bitch,"
Mhm.
and threw everything in the tattoo room
Me
around.
too, Alicia.
And she told me she was going to have my license revoked and ruin my business and tell all her friends to not get tattooed by me.
Good.
How
Me
did this
too.
incident end?
Well, that's
I
your
told her
online
the same
review,
things I told her
sir.
before. Like, you got to stop hitting me. There's another way to work through this.
People, yeah, you already
Um,
have the shitty reviews.
And at this point, it had been multiple times, and that's when I suggested us getting a couples therapist.
I
So
bet you did
yeah, we got a couples
not.
therapist. Her name was Dr. Webster, and
Uh-huh. What
I'm going to
Webster
go
had
on
to
a
say.
limb and say, yeah, I'm
Well,
sure.
Webster said
Emily.
you probably should stop trying to fuck other women.
Yeah.
Maybe that will
And-
help.
And tattooing people out of your backyard isn't working out. Maybe get a job. I know someone just like him, and I think that's why I'm getting so mad.
He is a slime. What a slime ball you are.
The person I know that does the same thing, he's been through 3 wives in, oh gosh, maybe 7 years. And of course, every single one of them, it's not his fault.
Of course not. It's never his fault.
But
Disgusting.
he ended up having kids with all of them. But,
Oh.
none of the poor kids. But I know this guy. I know this guy. It's just like, you bum.
Yeah, he's a total bum.
Oh.
Meanwhile, this 22-year-old baby is just trying to have a life and a marriage, and you keep fucking around with other women, you pig.
Yes.
God, you make me sick.
I was
Hey,
trying
Randy,
to I was
stop
trying to find a
clicking that
way
button,
to
Randy.
Which button? I
The
know.
captions aren't available, ma'am. Stop clicking it.
I'm not hitting it. It just did that when I hit my space bar. I don't know why it did that.
Oh, okay. So I thought you kept clicking it. Like maybe they work now.
No,
All
I'm
right.
going back and forth from StreamYards to this video so I can read comments. But the fact that he is sitting there, and the reason he's looking down, someone said guilt. He's trying to look like he's remembering such hard times, and
Yeah.
and he's being a victim.
Right.
When he says something, y'all know, I think I'm a body language expert. Just let me get through this phase of
It's
my
fine.
life, and I'll move on.
It's fine.
But
You're a
when
resident
he
expert.
yes, when he says something he feels is very important, he'll raise his eyebrows.
Yes. Oh, for sure. Yes.
Yeah,
He's 44,
Mm.
Amer.
yeah. Makes you want to go in there and kiss your husband, don't it? Or kick
Disgusting.
him. Just let Jim don't even know. Ugh.
not stumble across the landmines, so to speak. There
What
was
does that mean, stumble across?
Emily had triggers, and I didn't want to trigger her to make her respond with violence.
Yeah.
Then
Then one
don't
of
So
her
I
cheat.
thought working with a therapist would
one
be
of
a
her
good way that
triggers
I
is
would
you
be able to
fucking other
understand her
women,
more.
I bet.
Like I said,
Yeah.
we were talking a lot about introducing a child, and I thought if you're gonna hit me, you're gonna hit the child. I'd seen her kick my dog on occasion, and I was like, I was in love with her, and I wanted to move forward with our relationship and have a baby, and I was scared for the baby. So the therapist was the natural
Right.
choice. Give us the tools that we need to have a healthy, safe space.
So after you and Emily started seeing a therapist, did she or did she not continue to hit you?
She did. We set up Zoom sessions with Dr. Webster.
This was during COVID.
Yes, this was during COVID, and then also there was excuse me, Dr. Webster was located in Vermont and then moved to Massachusetts, so also the distance that we just continued to have Zoom sessions instead of going to seek her out in an office setting.
But you said notwithstanding your
Yes,
and
yeah.
Emily having couples counseling, she continued to hit you.
That's correct.
Do
Yes,
you remember the next time that she hit you?
there was an
Hey, Mom
incident.
Crazy Life. Good to
that I
see
do
you.
remember her
Yeah. Hey, crazy life. Good to
assaulting
see
me
you,
with a
hon.
wine bottle. And that time was very strange to me because she didn't say anything. There was no swearing. There was no nothing. Like it was odd. I got a glass of wine.
Let me stop you.
Yes.
Is this the New Year's Eve incident?
I believe so.
And this is
Leading.
what you remember hearing Emily's mother talk about?
Yes, I heard Adrienne talking about that the other day.
Her from
Yeah,
locking herself in her room.
I do remember her locking herself in our bedroom.
So this incident you are now going to tell us about started with you getting a glass of wine.
Yes, I got a glass of wine and I was in the living room. I was sending a message to someone, I don't remember who.
Some chick, I
Woman
bet.
on
and
Instagram.
Emily had walked past me,
Some
looked
whore.
at what I was doing, retrieved the wine bottle.
Was it empty, full?
It was like half full.
Okay.
Um,
Was a cork in it?
Good.
yes. Yeah, she brought it back. I'm sitting on the couch. I believe I'm just scheduling, and she assaults me. She starts hitting me with the wine bottle
Where?
in my head and
That's not
arms,
true.
and
Where on your head?
in the back of my head.
So I'm going to ask you obvious questions, but did that hurt?
Yeah, it's a wine bottle to your head. It hurts.
It's not
Yes,
true.
And
That
then you
would've
said
knocked
she hit
him
you in other
down.
places on your body with the
Right.
wine bottle?
Yes. On my arms, I put my arms up to not get any more blows to the head, and
Oh,
I saw an opportunity, so I wrestled the bottle away from her, and I took it and I held it away from her, and I pushed her away, and I said, "Stop hitting me!" And she ran into the bedroom and like slammed the door and locked it, and she didn't say anything. So I go and I try to go in the bedroom to get an explanation, and she's just in there, and I'm yelling like, "Are you gonna explain yourself? Like, what just happened?"
Did she answer you?
No, I just heard her. I guess she was on the phone.
Okay. How did that incident end?
It just ended with her like coming out and being like, "I want a Coke. Will you take me to get a Coke?" And I'm like, "Oh, yeah. Are we gonna talk about that at all?" Or
sure,
she's like-
Jan.
she gives me sort of like a blank look with like a flat sort of smirk, and just goes and like grabs her coat.
You're such a liar.
Were
I don't
there
believe
ever
anything you're
any
saying.
were there ever any instances where there was a mark left on your face or your body by something Emily may have done?
Yeah, she's given me black eyes,
Any
scratches.
Any
proof?
proof?
Yeah,
Any
the black eye.
pictures?
I was trying to communicate with her about
Any pictures? Not one, right?
how I
Not
felt,
one?
like she wasn't
Yeah.
being.
First of all, let me interrupt you.
Yes.
You have approximately when did this happen?
I remember one instance when I believe it was August of 2021. We had gone to an inn, and
Where's your pictures? Where's your proof?
Yeah, where's your proof of all these
I had
horrible
asked her
marks?
about.
Yeah. Your goose egg,
I thought
black eyes.
I need a second to recount. Okay, that's what it was. Okay. So I thought that she wasn't being responsible with. So our arrangement, our polyamorous arrangement, sort of requires that we stay safe. I understand that, you know, sometimes in the heat of the moment, it's nice to have that spontaneity. But if you're hooking up with other people and you're getting
This guy's a
STIs, and that means
manipulator.
that I can't
He is a manipulator.
I can't have sexual relations until you have antibiotics and they run their course, which is like a week or two. So I thought that she was being irresponsible with her arrangements. So when I
See, okay.
So,
So now
she
he's
had
done given.
boyfriends too? Are you sure? Like, where are these boyfriends?
Now he's giving her STDs. You know what? You could have brought to court the images of your black eyes, the images of your goose eggs, and the proof that she gave you STDs. All of
Right.
that can be proven.
Right. Where is that? Anywhere? Nowhere. Wow.
I thought she was being unsafe. Poor
So
me.
he probably gave her an STD.
Oh, for sure. I'm sure of it.
when I told her about it, she like walked up to me and started punching me in my face. And
Closed fist?
a closed fist, yeah, yep. I think it was my right eye. Yeah, she blackened my right eye.
Where's
She
the
beat me
picture?
about the head and neck. I remember like I wear earrings, and I remember my earrings just getting popped out. I was wearing a shirt and a necklace. Ripped my shirt right down the middle. Broke my necklace. My pendant went flying. Started kicking at me. It was just a barrage. Like the punches and kicks just kept coming and just didn't stop. And
You're
she
so
started
full
screaming
of
at me like,
shit.
you don't trust me. Like I told you
What he
that it
said,
wasn't like
Beth.
that. Like why don't you believe me?
What did you do after she started hitting you and gave you a black eye?
I had to grab her by the arms, and I remember this incident. She felt I don't know exactly how to describe it. It felt like she started doing steroids, like or something. Like she
Oh my God.
had so much strength that I had to hold her so tightly that I almost thought that I couldn't even hold her. Like she was like sweating and flailing and cursing, and it was an event. It was a crazy event.
Right.
But I had to like hold her down, and I had to like lay on top of her and like hold her down bodily and wait. It was minutes for her to run out of steam.
Wow.
Did you hit her back?
No, I just held her down and waited for her
No,
to
I
cool
never
off.
know.
And
Why
when
would
she
I hit her
cooled off,
back?
what, if any, conversation did
Black
you and she
man,
have?
Well, I told her that in the somewhere in the fray, like one of the lamps got broken. The table was knocked over. I think there might have been some like damage to the table, and you know, I definitely suggested that we make another session with Dr. Webster immediately, and
Sure. Mm-hmm. She punched both his earrings out,
She-
broke his necklace, black design. He said, "We need counseling."
yeah, I want to say she just gave me a bit of
And
silent
ripped
treatment,
his shirt
and
off.
then
A
when she finally
whole
did start
photo.
talking to me, it was things like why don't you believe like what I say, like, and I just want you to believe what I say.
I bet he played so
So,
many head games with her.
Yes, she didn't know whether she was coming or going.
I
God
told her that I was
bless her.
concerned for my own physical health because she would tell me, you know, graphic details about how she felt after intercourse with said individual, and I told her, I said, I
Oh,
don't
what
want to
happened?
get,
You didn't make you
I
feel
don't want to
good,
get
honey?
whatever he has, like if I can help it, like
Put him on the
I don't want to do
stand
a
and
course of
prove
antibiotics.
it.
I'm okay with just taking some time away and just take a break.
Okay. You in the interview that we've all
There's
seen,
proof of that
you
then.
told Detective Orson Richardson that on average,
Yeah,
she
where
would
are all
hit
these
you
other
every
men?
2 to 3 weeks. Do you remember saying that?
I do. In December of 2020, we had started a project, a tiny home project. We were following on social media a number of couples that were doing bus builds. So that's where you take like a small shuttle, actually any size of shuttle bus or any size bus actually at all. But we chose a shuttle bus. We were looking at vans, initially large vans, but a shuttle bus is just larger.
Talk.
As I said, we're following these couples and they're traveling around and living out of their tiny homes that they built together. And like it just clicked. It was amazing. Like we both like saw it and we're like, oh my God, we have to do this. Like said it like at the exact same time. And yeah, it was cool. So we started with a shuttle bus. We went and found one. I purchased it, and
so he wants us to believe that he was being abused. Let me tell you what, when you're in an abusive relationship, the very last thing you do is start any projects with that person.
Right.
One, they never, they never finish the projects.
Well, and all of their fights are about sleeping with other people.
Yes.
Him sleeping with other people, or supposedly her now sleeping. All of a sudden, she's got boyfriends too now. And he's fucking her brain over by telling her that she's not being careful. You know, he's finding ways to complain about her having other relationships, even though that's what he's been doing this whole time.
Yes.
He's such an insecure, little, tiny, petty man. God, you're a horrible person.
Yes.
Horrible.
Brought it back to our apartment, and we started drawing up a floor plan and started building a tiny home bus life project. We also started a social media page. We called the bus Roaming Rosie. So that was the that was the name of the page. And like I think I don't know if I had said this, but we had started following and talking with some of the other bus life people, and just trying to get as much information on it before we really set off into the exacts of how we wanted our bus to be laid out. And so when we start the build, I want to say that the bus is approximately 8 feet wide and 16 feet long for the living space. And that's a very close, a very close situation when having to work 2 people into a small space. And there was a lot of times during the build where frustrations would be high, and there was violence within the bus during the build. There was all right. So like there was multiple times, but for example, I was working on laying down the floor, and to make a little bit of space, I would work on one end, and I would try to have her work on the other end, so we wouldn't bump into each other. She was applying tiles to the shower and the kitchen area, and she was using like a Gorilla Glue in a caulk gun. I don't know if anybody knows what that is, but a caulk gun is about
doesn't matter. Go on.
14 inches. It's like a metal. It pushes the caulk out of the tube. Well, actually, it was like a glue. It was like a Gorilla Glue that she was putting on the tiles and sticking them on. And
nobody cares.
I came and made a suggestion as to how to lay it out so she would have less overhang and have to do less cuts. And I don't know. She was frustrated and started cursing at me that why didn't you fucking say something earlier? Like, you're such a piece of shit for just making me do this. I told her, I was like, you wanted to do it, and she just said fuck you and started hitting me with the caulk gun.
Where did she hit you with the caulk gun?
Well, I saw it coming, so I put my arm up, and she hit me in my forearm, like the side of the hand and the outer forearm.
Once?
Yeah.
No. This was probably 3 or 4 strikes.
And what did you do?
So I grabbed the caulk gun, and I told her to go in the house and watch some Netflix or something.
Told
her it's not okay to hit.
Is that what she did?
Yes, she went inside.
Shut
I
up.
believe she was watching Netflix. I didn't go in after her. Yeah, we were just
God.
taking a break to.
I'm embarrassed for you.
Kind of let her just get her, cool down from her.
One thing I could say about Jim is he is a man who is slow to anger. But if I popped,
it's not okay to hit. Oh my God.
if I hit him with a gun, a caulk gun, I'm going through the side of the bus. He's going to hit me back.
Not okay to hit, Randy.
Yeah, he's not gonna look at me and say, you know what's bad? Hitting. You need
Hitting.
Netflix and a nap. Get your blanket. You know which one.
Oh my God.
Oh, he
Guy,
makes
what a
me
joke.
sick.
What a joke you are, sir.
Ugh.
I
Or
can't
frustration.
stand you.
So there were
can't
periods of
either.
time. So you got married in October of 2020.
October 2020.
And over the year that you were married, you've described to us multiple incidents where Emily physically attacked you, right?
Right.
You haven't told us all about all of them, have you?
They all just sort of blend together. But
Oh, they do. He's so abused.
yeah, it's almost always the same. Either she'll have a disagreement about who I'm going to spend my time with, or
Yeah, fucking other women.
Yeah.
if I'm spending too much time in the bus and not enough, like not giving her enough attention, but it always just ends the same with her running up and punching me, trying to punch me in the face, punching me in my body and in my arms, my chest, and mostly a lot of like arms and I just block her to keep her back.
Sounds to me like it should have been a
kicking me,
breakup
just
situation.
out, lashing out, a lot of lashing out. She had expressed to me that she was abused and raped multiple times, and she would have these fits where I think she would like close her eyes and shake, and I think that she was almost like reliving something.
False or speculation.
Yeah.
Saying what
Finally.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, okay. I can't really speculate on what exactly she was thinking, but from my standpoint, watching a person with closed eyes shaking before they lash out and strike you made me think that way.
So you never contacted the police about any
That
of the
somehow
times
it's not
that she
about you.
assaulted
I think it is about
No,
you,
no,
though.
it's not their business.
Not their
Right.
business. That's a motto that you live your life by, isn't it?
I'm an independent person. I'm a very
No, you're
private
not.
person. I don't want to dump my crap on other people.
Where did you learn this philosophy?
Growing up in the city, I'm from Pennsylvania. I lived in a city called Reading for a while. I lived in Philadelphia for a while. I lived in Lancaster for a while. I lived in Allentown for a while. These are all very
Learn
populated
what?
cities when comparing to Vermont, which our biggest city in Vermont is Burlington, which isn't. It's not even an eighth of like the smallest city in Pennsylvania. So, when you grow up in the city, you mind your own business.
Was this something that
Gorilla
your
Glue.
family believed?
Yes.
And from whom did you hear this philosophy of nobody's business, keep it in the family?
My whole family, grandparents, parents, siblings, aunts, uncles, like we all just, what happens here stays here.
And you said earlier this morning that you were physically abused yourself growing up. Who was the person who?
Alan. You know what they say about Lancaster? That's where the Amish mafia lives. Remember that show?
No, I don't know that show.
That's where the Amish
yeah, I have heard
mafia
that show.
lives. Is that? Am I unmuted somewhere?
Sorry, that was my fault.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
No, that was my fault. That was my fault.
Okay.
It's glitching on my end, and so I have to watch it on YouTube. So I'm watching it on YouTube. But then you
that
started
sucks.
talking, so I unmuted real quick to answer you. Yeah, it does suck, but that's all right. It's okay.
I thought I
Go
heard
ahead,
myself.
keep
I thought I heard him say Gorilla Glue a while ago, and I was like, what,
Yes.
did that? I was thinking, did that just happen in my
Yes.
head? I didn't say a word.
No. It was me. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Look at him. I'm so pitiful. Look at me. I'm so pitiful. I'm abused. Can't cough out a tear, but I'm sad. And then he said, I miss her. What do you miss? Being beat?
Right? Yeah. What do you miss?
Yeah.
Liar. I bet you don't miss a damn thing. You already got yourself another girl.
Right. Girls.
So damn gross.
Was there a time when you were growing up that social services child welfare was called?
Yes, there was.
Tell me about how that came about.
When I was, hard to say age, but I'm going to probably estimate maybe between 6 and 8 years old. I was at school. It was a public school in Pennsylvania, and I had some bruising that one of the teachers had seen, and I got called into the office where I was questioned about my bruises, and the teacher or guidance counselor or whoever it was had said that
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
You can't say what they told you.
Oh.
What you can tell us is what happened.
there was bruises on me, and they said that they were going
Objection,
to.
Your Honor.
You
Hearsay.
can't say what other people said.
Oh,
You can only tell us what happened as a
Oh, okay.
result of this.
okay. So my family was notified
Okay.
that Child Protective Services.
Second, please.
Are we going to go into his childhood? Is this happening?
I mean, who cares?
Yeah, we don't care.
What does that have to do with anything? You killed a woman, chopped her up. What does that have to do with
Yeah.
anything?
Bruises on you.
Shot her twice and stabbed her like 17 to 18 times for no reason. She was already dead. Then you chopped her up, put her in garbage bags, and went and had breakfast.
Exactly. Does anybody care why Child Protective Services showed up? No, I don't.
I don't.
Physical discipline for my mother. I believe that they
Also,
were
your
hanger
mommy
marks.
beat you too?
Hanger?
Yeah, from being hit with a hanger, a close hanger.
Okay.
Of
On
course
what
it's
must
a
be done.
hanger. No wire hangers.
Sounds like you were just a piece of shit
Wow.
everywhere.
My back and my arms.
You're lying.
Okay. So you were hit as a child.
Yes.
Why would a teacher see your back?
Who wasn't?
Yeah, man, I got waylaid with a remote control.
Yeah, I think we were all pretty much hit as children.
Yeah.
I know I was.
Hairbrush. Yep.
Whatever they could reach, man.
Yep.
Were you ever taken out of the home as a result of
Objection,
this?
Your Honor.
Sustained.
I'll withdraw the question.
It's sustained.
Thank you. That has nothing to do with any damn thing.
Right.
You don't have to answer.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know what that means.
Your
So
Honor, can we approach?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I love
Oh, he
it.
rolled his eyes. What? Did you see him roll his eyes? Let me get my sad story out.
I know, but my story, ma'am. My sad story.
Yeah, I was raised by Mommy Dearest. Didn't you hear me?
Didn't you hear me tell you about my very sad story?
The teacher at school saw it.
So I think you already testified that it was from your family and you're growing up in cities.
Right.
You learned what happens in the family stays in the family.
that's right.
And that's why you never called police or any other authorities
Right.
about what was happening to you from Emily's hitting you.
That's right.
Bullshit.
Yeah, I don't think I believe you.
You didn't tell one friend about it? Not one?
Yeah.
I think it's been
How about your marriage counselor? Did you tell her you were being beat? She would know.
Yeah, she should know, right?
Yeah.
Since that's the reason you went to counseling.
Mhm.
Imagine you
And-
told her all kinds of stories.
And with permission, she can talk. So I would have her on the stand ASAP.
She certainly should be able to verify your story. No?
Yeah. Probably saw your wire hangers and black eye, you know?
testified, but I want to ask you directly. You and Emily considered divorcing at various times over the year that you were married. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Both of you individually?
Yes.
But you saw an attorney about getting a divorce?
I never saw an attorney.
Oh, okay. But you thought about it?
Yeah. So, well, I had gone and gotten papers from the courthouse
Callie.
multiple times.
You did?
Yes.
And do you know if Emily ever considered divorce?
Sometimes I would be pushing for it. Sometimes she would be pushing for it. We always would reconcile.
Okay. Why did you consider divorce?
Well, I wanted her to be more responsible with her financial obligations.
Oh, it was all
I wanted
her,
to
not
pay,
you.
Pay for her own vehicle, her own insurance, her own cell phone plan, her own credit cards. I said I was fine paying for the food, but she had to step up and pay her bills that she came into the relationship with.
So you didn't mention that her hitting you was a reason why you might want to get a divorce, did you?
No, she never hurt me.
Well, you told us that she hurt you.
Well, she never caused
Yeah,
severe
Ferris, don't
physical
start
injury
saying she didn't hurt
that
you
I
now.
wasn't going to recover from. It was just kind of normal stuff. Like I got,
Boy,
I got hit and she got frustrated. And I was trying to figure out ways that
Mm-hmm.
we could work on her triggers.
She's all, no, she hurt you.
So we worked with the therapist. We did things like have pillow fights instead. Like I would just like give her a pillow to hit me with, or hit Remy with, because she could swing away and she wasn't going to hurt us with a pillow.
So you just testified that it was normal.
He's going to paint her as a dog beater,
to lash
too.
out physically when a person gets frustrated.
Heads up. Remy is the dog, okay?
Okay, thank you. I was like, who the hell is Remy?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Let me
So
take it off.
nothing will get to people quicker than somebody. You can
Yes,
hit a
it's
person
just
all
a
day
dog.
long. You kick a dog, you're on the list. So
Right.
that's what he's doing.
Wow.
All right, it might not be normal for everyone, but
No proof of that
most of
either, of
my
course, right?
relationships with women in my
No.
life have been aggressive and I guess I could say physically abusive.
So you tolerated being hit? Am I
Yes.
hearing you?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, may we approach briefly? Just Okay. So I want to talk to you now about the weekend of October 16th.
Finally.
You ready?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Where had you and Emily been living prior to that weekend?
I've been staying with my friends, the Langs. Well, I've been staying on my friends, the Langs, Sarah and Jason Lang's property. Living in our tiny home bus that we were building.
Just a bus.
That was some summer going into fall of 2021.
So let me,
And then,
go ahead,
oh,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to interrupt
I
you.
didn't mean to. Okay. So at some point, I want to say it was like end of the summer, beginning of fall. We had planned to do a trip in our tiny home. I'm going to call her Roaming Rosie. So we were going to take Rosie and have a trip where we would be living remotely, sort of off grid. And there was a plan to put a solar power, like a solar power system into Rosie. Emily was very interested in having the ability to charge her cell phone, so she could watch Netflix and just have some creature comforts while being off grid. So she said she was going to pay for the solar setup, batteries, converters, panels.
Blah, blah, blah. This
She
is
said
not
that
the
her stepfather
incident.
David would
Over-explaining.
would assist in installing the solar system.
Physically help.
Yes, he would. Yeah, she said that he would. She said David will help put the solar system in the bus. So she had come. She came to Vermont and she said, today's the day. Let's go to New Hampshire. And I was like, you haven't even gotten the stuff. Like, you don't have the. I don't think she had the funds at all to buy the solar equipment.
The question was, what, I want to talk to you about the 16th.
Oh yeah, so I was sorry.
The question was, where were you living at that time?
Oh, so we were in New Hampshire for the reasons that I was just talking about. And
You were just giving us a background of how it came about.
that was.
Let me just finish the question.
I'm sorry.
That you were staying with the Basses.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And how long had you been staying with them?
I think that I came to New Hampshire in September of 2021. I remember Adrian saying something about it the other day, and I can't really remember fully, but that sounds sort of accurate. So yes, staying in New Hampshire with the Basses when we left for our trip to Vermont.
Okay.
Oh.
What was the purpose of the visit to Vermont?
A family reunion was the purpose of our visit. My sister, she had come to Vermont for a weekend getaway with her boyfriend, Ariel. And this was going to be an opportunity for Emily to meet some of my family.
So just to remind everyone, because we heard Nikki's testimony, she's about 8 years younger than you.
That is correct.
And so I think you told us you left the house when you were about 16. Is that about right?
That is correct.
So she would have been 8 years old.
That is correct.
And
Well,
had
that's
you been
because he's given
close to Emily in
long drawn out
the
answers.
years after you left your home?
Nikki?
Sorry, I
You mean
don't
Nikki?
understand the question.
Was I close to Nikki?
I'm sorry.
Objection was not sustained, but I don't think he meant to say what you said. Why don't you rephrase that?
Oh, okay.
I think you said Emily.
Had you been close to Nikki in the years after you left?
I try to keep in contact with my sister. I've always been a huge fan of her. I do feel like
Y'all tell me if it's too fast.
I feel like an older brother to her. So Also, she's just amazing, and I did try to keep in contact with her.
When was the last time you saw her prior to this intended visit?
Physically saw her in person. That would be 2018,
So 3 years.
somewhere around 2018, I believe. Yes, 3 years.
Were you looking forward to?
Absolutely. Yeah, like I said, I'm her biggest fan. So I was very much looking forward to seeing her. Emily as well was looking forward to seeing her. She was looking forward to meeting my family. And
Interesting.
So you were both looking forward to the trip.
exactly, yes, we were both very excited to go on the trip. We've been working on Rosie for a while, and very excited to try it out.
So what was Emily's mood the day that you were leaving?
The day that we left to come on our trip,
Yes.
I'm just thinking. I'm sorry. There's in the morning we woke up. She was happy, very happy, very excited, maybe a little anxious.
Anxious about what?
Objection, Your Honor. Mr. Ferlazzo does not know what Emily was anxious about.
That's true. What are you basing what did you observe?
I observed her being anxious to meet my family.
Okay, that's fine. And we've heard testimony that you didn't actually leave New Hampshire until late in the afternoon, maybe early evening. Is that right? You remember?
Yes, there was a PowerPoint that said we left New Hampshire sometime like 3 in the afternoonish.
What were you doing during that day?
Well, we woke up in the morning. I remember
Okay, you woke up. Go
she made
on.
me some coffee. I believe we made breakfast together, and then just sort of putting things away. We were going to drive Rosie, and wanted to stow everything appropriately so nothing was going to fall out and hit her or Remington as we drove.
And who's Remington?
Remington is our dog.
Okay.
Yeah, so we packed everything up tightly to prepare for the drive. We had to move some of the vehicles around. The bus is about 24, 27 feet in length-ish. I don't have it accurate, but it's a long vehicle, and there's a short driveway at the Bass's residence that spills out onto a sometimes heavily traveled road. Just moving things so we could leave efficiently.
Okay. I know it's a little early, Judge, but I would like to take a break now. We can come back at 1:45. Yes.
With the party's approach so that actually you're hearing what Ms. Vance is saying.
Mhm.
And we'll take an hour break and resume the testimony.
All right, let's fast forward.
Anything anyone wants to go on record at this time?
Nothing, Objection.
No, thank you.
That's where I'm going to be.
Okay. I think you testified that you drove from New Hampshire to Bolton and arrived around 5:30ish. Is that about right?
That seems right. It was still laid out.
Still light out.
Yes.
And this was mid-October.
Right.
Okay. And during the drive, what kind of mood were you in?
Great mood. Yeah, we spent I guess close to 11 months like working on Rosie, and this was our first like road trip as a family. So it's very exciting.
Okay.
That's
And
funny.
Emily too, she was
Because
in
last
good mood.
October she
super
was
excited
beating you.
to take
Remember?
Rosie out, and she was stoked to meet Nikki and Ariel.
Okay. So you get to Vermont, and where in Bolton do you go?
We went to the Bear Run condos. My sister rented one of the she rented a Airbnb condo. So we went to, it was like, there's 3 large buildings, and I think it was the last building.
Okay. Where did you park?
Parked in the parking lot outside of the building. There was a nice flat
He
spot.
was
And
maintenance
for anyone who's ever
her
driven like an
boyfriend
RV,
was-
like finding level ground is it's like winning the lottery. So, well, typically if you don't find level ground, then you have to level out
Right, Kelly.
the RV, or else everything's going to be, if you put something on the counter, it's just going to slide onto the floor.
I love that he's an
So you got to
expert
make everything level the best
on
you
his
can.
Yeah.
dating
And so finding
voyage.
level ground was,
Yeah, it's great.
was great.
Yeah.
So what's the next thing that happened after you parked the vehicle, the camper, Rosie?
Parked Rosie, and so the access road to get up to the condos is very, very steep, like really, really, really steep. And there was smoke coming from the transmission, and some of it had made its way into the cab. So when we parked, she was upset about the smoke being in there. So we made efforts to immediately like open up the door, open up the roof hatch, open up all the sliders, and get some fresh air within the cab. So it was kind of smoky in there, and she was upset about the smoke.
And then what happened?
Okay, notice his laugh there. This is what triggered the
there
whole
was a bit of arguing
event.
about that. And I
Which is
suggested
right.
that just step outside and get some fresh air until the till the thing blows itself through. And there was still light, and I suggested that we take advantage of the last light of the day. And so where it's located is on, technically there's 3 peaks at the Bolton Valley Mountain Range. It's like Woodland Vista and Timberline. So we were on the Timberline peak. And I suggested we go down. If you hike a short way down, there's a drop off, and you can get the last light of the valley over the trees. So I suggested that we hike down to the drop off and take some photos and post them up on Roaming Rosie, our social media.
And what did Emily say or do?
She was very angry about the smoke, and she started arguing about it, how pathetic it was, and that the whole thing just was turning into a shitty situation or something like that, is what she said. Then what happened then? Yeah, she said she did not want to go hike down.
Did this conversation happen inside or outside the camper?
This one, it started outside and then worked its way inside. And I was like, you seem like really, really hostile, is what I said to her. And I'm like, what's going on? Like the drive there was fantastic. Like we're singing along to the radio together. We're talking about how we're going to like start our trip and go meet the rest of my family. And she's all smiles. And then next thing I know, she's like throwing stuff around. And,
Like what?
there was like a basket that had some bottles of alcohol and some candles. And there's like a bunch of throw pillows and Remington. Remington was like sitting with her, and
They're the
she
dog.
like threw her off. So I was like, yo, like maybe just like pour yourself a drink and relax. We brought stuff to make drinks. We brought marijuana. I was like, yeah, just have a smoke, have a drink, and we finally made it on vacation. Like just try to take that in.
Then what happened?
Well,
Now, remember, he had said she was drinking, and the coroner today said there was no alcohol at all in her system.
Really?
Yeah.
Any marijuana? Because you also suggested that just now.
He said there was a trace of marijuana.
Okay.
Well, let me ask you specifically. Did she have a drink?
I made drinks for myself, and I thought that she was today. Earlier, Dr. Shapiro said there was no alcohol in her system.
Don't comment on that, please.
Okay.
Did she have a drink?
I saw her drinking.
Okay. What?
Must have just been Red Bull.
Okay.
But I was having Red Bull vodkas. That's what I was.
That's what you were drinking.
Yeah.
So you had a drink. And your recollection is that she had a drink?
Yep.
And was there any conversation going on while you two were having a drink?
Yeah, so there was conversation because I was like, yo, you're really hostile. Like, what's going on? Like, it can't just be like the smoke. Like, the smoke cleared out. Like, why are you so hostile? And she said that. She's like, well, I have a dilemma. And I was like, what do you mean you have a dilemma?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the hearsay.
Well, why don't you come up and why don't we hear what the proper
Now, I hate that she interrupted him during this, because what was the dilemma? I have a dilemma. What was the dilemma? I
Yeah,
wonder
I'd love
what
to know.
story. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Does he not ever get to tell?
Mm-mm.
Damn.
No, and I'm sure this was going to look at him rolling his eyes. Roll your eyes. Roll your eyes.
Mm-hmm. Damn, she interrupted my good story.
Yep. Took me 2 days to come up with this story, my dilemma.
Dilemma. Sure.
I don't know why we're sitting here waiting.
Such a loser. God, he makes me sick.
He makes me sick too.
Oh, you started telling us a little bit about the specifics of what Emily may have said, but without going into specifics, we saw in the interview that she was saying hurtful things to you. Is that a fair statement?
I saw that in the interview, yes.
And is that your recollection of what you were hearing?
From watching the video.
No, I don't want to know what you saw in the video. I want to know what you remember.
From what I remember of our conversation?
Yes.
Well, I started telling you about our conversation, but then there was an issue with it, so I don't know what to do.
Let's answer questions and we'll take up whatever issues there are.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So we had gotten to the point where there was a discussion of a dilemma. And when I inquired about it, she showed me on her device that she had typed a very lengthy, in the notes app, there was like a multiple page, I don't know what you call it, but it was labeled dilemma. So I was like, okay, well, it seems like you have something to talk about.
Oh.
But then she deleted the note.
You saw that.
Yeah, she deleted it. And she said, I'm not going to talk about it. So
How were you feeling about this conversation? How did it make you feel?
it made me feel like it was pages and pages. So it made me feel like she had something that needed to be expressed. And when she deleted it, I was like sort of
I bet
shocked that
it bothered
that
you
took that much
so
effort
much.
wasn't going to be
that
brought to
she
my
didn't
attention.
tell you.
What happened
Mhm.
next?
At some point, I texted my sister. We were supposed to meet up. there was a bit more argument about how pathetic the bus was and how shitty the trip was, and
Welcome back, Alicia. You know you're gonna love it here.
But let me ask you this. You started saying you texted your sister.
yes,
What did you text your sister?
I asked her when she was gonna be showing up because we were ever to meet her.
Okay,
Something
right,
to that effect.
thank
I can't really remember what I texted to my sister, but it was something to like, when are you gonna be here? We're here.
And so did your sister meet up with you?
Yes, she did.
Where?
She came to the condo and parked next to Rosie and came into Rosie.
Was she alone?
No, she wasn't. She was with her boyfriend Ariel.
Okay. And was Emily in Rosie with you?
Yes, she was.
So how long was Nikki there? Nikki and Ariel.
Nikki and Ariel came and stayed for, I would estimate, a half an hour.
Okay. Did Emily participate in conversation with your sister?
She greeted them, introduced herself, and then she sort of just sat quietly on the edge of the bed, not really engaging in any kind of conversation.
And you and your sister, you talked?
Yeah, we were just catching up on sort of current events, what was new with her, how it was great to see her, and then the introduction of Ariel. I'd never met him before, so just trying to get a little backstory on how those two got together.
So I think you said that, I don't remember what you said. How long was she in the camper?
I would estimate a half an hour.
And what happened after that?
She invited us to come to their Airbnb, and then she left Rosie and went into her unit.
And what did you do after that? After Nikki left?
After Nikki left,
Yep.
I made another drink, had some more to smoke, questioned Emily on if she wanted to join. There was Nicole had said that they were going to watch Netflix, so that was that was one of the options. I think she also said that there were some board games or something like that in the unit, so we could play cards or board games or watch Netflix and just hang out. So
Okay.
I asked Emily if she was interested in just going and having a kickback with Nikki and Ariel, and she said no.
So she didn't go with you?
No, she said she did not want to go in.
So you went into Nikki's Airbnb?
No, I did not. No, I did not. I told her that I wanted to go in because we came to spend time, and it started an argument, and there was a time where we were talking about she had made a new acquaintance in Vermont, and
Are you talking about a conversation you had at Emily? Yeah.
yes, this is a conversation with Emily.
And this is after Nikki left?
Yes, Nikki left, and I invited Emily. I was like let's go hang out with them, and she said I don't know if I want to. She said I don't know if I want to. She's like, this is pathetic. This is not what I want to be doing. I want to go. She had met someone, and she told me about using.
Your Honor, again, we're getting into hearsay, and I also don't know what the relevance is of this.
Yeah. Okay.
So the conversation you had, did it lead to an argument?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was an
To the
argument
point.
because she wanted to go hang out with her friends, and I told her that she came on the trip, and she told me earlier that day, she said she was here to meet my family, to hang out. So I was very confused. Well, now you say you want to leave, but we just got here. So.
So what did you do next?
She tries so
Well, I
hard
told her I
to
was going to go,
cover
and then
his ass.
there was
Yes, she really is.
she started saying some very hurtful things and some very threatening things if I was to go and leave her to her solitary. So yeah, that
he
was
slipped
the
up there. He said she
that was the next
said
thing
some.
that,
What he just said was she said some threatening things if I was to go and leave her to her solitary.
Mm-hmm.
But remember, she was the one that supposedly was wanting to go get an Uber and go hang out with her friends, not him.
Right.
So, you got to pick
That
one.
doesn't really match his story at all.
And want everybody to remember, he says she's on her phone.
that confused me was why are we getting threats all of a sudden?
Do you have any idea about what time of night this was?
This could have been somewhere. I'm going to estimate around 9 p.m.
So what did you do after that?
Well, I told her if you want to go, then go. I don't want you to be unhappy. If you don't want to be here, then don't be here. But up until now, like you said, you wanted to. So
Here's where he remembers he just got
I
confused.
just need a moment.
So, whoops, I just said that wrong, didn't I?
Yep. I just need a moment. Gotta get my story
What happened
straight.
is I ended up staying in the bus with her.
What was she doing?
Well, she was having a fit, really. She was cussing and saying how shitty it was and how shitty I was for not giving her money to go have an Uber and like leave the vacation. And
what were you doing?
I was on vacation, so I made another drink and I had some more to smoke. And
just to clarify, you were drinking vodka and Red Bull?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I remember dancing.
Exactly, Stadius.
I think I put some music on and I was just dancing with Remington. Yeah, just trying to enjoy the moment. Really,
She's up cussing him out, and he keeps dancing.
So she's cussing you out, and you're just dancing.
You and the
Well,
dog.
that's normal.
Yeah.
Just a second.
Think.
So at some point, I remember she had grabbed her device, her phone, and I think she was just like scrolling.
Scrolling?
Yeah, I think she was just like scrolling around. I'm not sure what exactly sites or what apps she was using. So, but yeah, I was just doing what I came there to do. I was just enjoying the scenery, like watch the sun go down. Spend some time with Remington. I kept asking her, like, if you want to talk at all, like, please talk to me. Like,
Yeah.
There was pages and pages that you wrote, so it sounds like we should talk.
See? He's still bothered about that.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he's bothered by.
And then what happened?
Yep.
She had this dilemma, and she's not telling him about it, and that's why he's pissed.
Yep.
There was points where I would take Remington out to to do go potty or do her business, and
Let me interrupt you.
Yeah.
Was it dark by this time?
yeah, it started to get dark. That's what I was remembering. That it was starting to get dark, and I was getting concerned about taking Remy out. So I did like a rearrangement of the firearms. Because I
Sure.
started carrying the Glock outside. It has tritium sights on it, so you can see in the dark. And that was I had seen some what I believe to be coyote. I like showing a flashlight, and I saw a couple sets of eyes in the dark. So Remington's a pretty small dog, and I just wanted to be able to protect her. So
So the Glock is a gun that you typically carry.
I don't typically carry that gun unless I take it hunting, but it's not like a concealed carry.
There's so many lies involved in this next bullshit. I think this is about the time I texted you and said his testimony is bullshit.
Yeah.
I will open carry it in a situation similar to what I just described, where I'm just taking the dog out to do her business. We were up on the top of the mountain, so I actually used to live there, so I've seen bobcats, mountain lions, fox, coyote, and they're brazen. Like I remember carrying groceries up those steps and actually having a coyote like confront me. So I just want to be able to protect Remington.
Rip your throat
So let
out.
me ask you, did you purchase that Glock?
Yes, I did.
Did it have a silencer when you purchased it?
When I purchased it, it had a threaded barrel to equip a silencer. I ordered the silencer the day that I purchased it, and it came in weeks later.
Okay. And there were other firearms that were found in the camper. Were they
Yes.
all registered to you?
Yes, I think there were 6 firearms. Yes, there were 6 firearms in Rosie.
And prior to knowing you, do you know whether or not Emily had any experience with firearms?
She might have had some experience, but when her and I started going target shooting, it seemed like she was still fairly novice.
And it was mentioned in testimony earlier that a Taurus was found in the camper.
Yeah, there's a Taurus 9mm pistol.
Was that Emily's gun?
Well, that was the gun she liked to use most because it has a small grip.
Okay. So I interrupted you. You said you took Remy out and saw what you thought might have been coyotes, and you came back into the camper.
Yep.
What did you do or say then?
Well, I came back in and I put the Glock in the sock bin. And
Where's the sock bin in relation to the bed?
the sock bin is like in the what is
Exactly, Shamat. Exactly. He said that he took the Glock out because it had, the scope with the sight with the light. But we know if he was going to try to shoot coyotes, he had 2 rifles in there.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to take a handgun.
Right.
we'll call it closet. But
So is that at the foot of the bed?
It's at the foot of the bed. It's like an opening where there's like a rod for hanging some clothing, and there's bins for like socks and underwear. So I set it in there.
Did you put the silencer on it at that time?
It had the silencer on it from I mean, I guess the last time that I cleaned it, which was months prior, I don't remember the last time the silencer was off of it.
And did you say anything at all to Emily about the coyotes?
I did. I said, "Oh my God, there's
Okay, so supposedly it had the silencer on it pre going on this trip.
From the
Nobody
last
does
time he
that.
Cleaned it, he said.
Yeah, no one does that. No one. So he just keeps the silencer on his gun. Why for, sir? Why?
Right, at all times.
Right.
Is
Nobody.
that a thing? Is that what people do?
No, because it'll rust your gun. Also, you would want the coyotes to hear the gunshot to scare them off,
Right.
or the bobcats, or the killer owls, whatever.
Yeah. Whatever you're
I
running
saw
from.
two, and that means like if you see two, there's like a whole pack.
Yeah.
So I was like, yeah, like they're probably looking at Remington like she's a small dog. So I was like, I bet they're like thinking she's like a snack. I was like, not today.
Did you say anything to her about you arming herself with the Taurus?
Oh, yeah. At one point when I went out, I took Remy out for a little stroll, and I said, you got the Taurus. I'm taking the Glock. So she had access to that. She also had access to the shotgun, which was still out at the time, but she didn't favor its large. She favored the smaller pistol.
Okay, so going back chronologically, you come back in after seeing the coyotes.
Yeah.
You talk about her taking the Taurus. You get the Glock and put it.
Watch
Where do
this
you put it?
blanket.
I put it in the sock bin. It was at the base of the bed, and like the opening of what would be like a closet space.
What did you do then?
Same kind of thing. Just continue to have some drinks, and it started getting dark. So I lit some candles, lit some incense. Yeah, just kind of. I did what I like to call like aisle yoga. So there's like a not very wide aisle that runs down the middle of the bus.
Now get this. He's been drinking vodka Red Bull, smoking weed, and he decides to light 7 candles, some incense, and do some yoga.
God, he seems like such a weirdo. I swear. All right, dude. You're doing your yoga. How'd that go?
So I was just doing some it's like half yoga, half dancing. I had some music on. I was just stretching and enjoying myself.
And what was Emily doing?
She was
Laughing at me?
scrolling away on her phone, on her device.
Was she on the bed?
Yes. Yeah.
Was she talking to you at all?
She was sitting on the bed. No, not much. Not much. Didn't really show a whole lot of interest in what was going on outside. Just sort of like looked up from her device like when I talked to her, and then just sort of.
So she's sitting on the bed scrolling.
And a
You're
buzz.
doing your yoga, dancing, and drinking.
Yes.
And you had lit some candles and incense. What happened next?
There was a point where Emily went from she was sitting up kind of like cross-legged, and then she went to like laying on her side, still just like scrolling away, just looking at her device, and at one point she lashed out and started cursing at me about the candles being lit.
Could it be because she was trying to sleep
What
and
did
you
she do
had
with it?
7 candles lit in a bus?
Well, she was she was cursing. I don't know. It wasn't really, in my opinion, it wasn't really bright, but she was cursing.
I mean, the lighting wasn't overly bright.
Right. I didn't turn any of the. We had like battery powered LED lights, and none of those were on. It was just candlelight. So
Let me interrupt you there, just to ask you about. There's been testimony that Emily's phone was powered off, and so was yours at some point that
Ding,
evening.
ding, ding.
Why was that?
we turned our phones off to conserve battery life because we didn't have the ability to plug in.
Okay.
So
And how many times has he said she was laying on the bed just scrolling on her phone, cussing him out?
Mm-hmm.
But now,
So was your phone off or not?
right. Were you listening? How were you listening to music if not on your phone? How was she scrolling if not on her phone? You just said she was on her phone. You just said that. But now we find out that the phones were powered off because you didn't have a way to charge them.
Usually when you build a bus, that's like the first thing you do, by the way. I mean, I'm just saying.
Right. And, you usually take a generator especially if you don't have solar panels. So there's
Right.
that.
Yes.
So that's why.
yeah.
All right. So you didn't think it was overly bright in the camper?
No, I didn't think it was overly bright. I think there might have been 5 to 7 candles lit. So
How many?
5 to 7 candles lit.
Okay, of varying sizes.
All the candles were about the same size, like a large.
Like a
sort of
Yankee candle?
Candle. Yeah.
Like, so you're
Yeah. Gesturing.
about
Whatever.
what to me it looks like about
7, 8
how many?
inches.
You're saying about 7 or 8 inches tall.
Yes.
And what's the diameter?
So he lit 5 to 7 large ass Yankee candles and some incense. And you were supposed to sleep.
Well, she wouldn't talk about her dilemma, Randy, so she's being punished.
Yeah, he was trying to shut her lungs down. Golly.
Diameter.
Possibly like a 4-inch diameter.
Okay, so 7 or 8 of those large candles.
Right.
Then what happened?
After her telling me to turn the fucking candles off, and I said it's not that bright. Like you could always just roll over. She got up and ran at me and grabbed one of the candles, and
Be right back.
it
I'm
was like all I could
listening
do to like grab the lid of it and
Okay.
like put it on top of it. And she like pulled it away and started swinging it at me and hitting me with it.
Where?
She hit me in like my
Somehow-
neck and head, and in my arms.
Keep this in mind, y'all. What he just said was she jumped up, started running at him, and he barely had enough time to put the lid on the candle before she started beating him with it. Okay? You would have 0 time to put the lid on the candle if that happened.
I was like
It's not like she had to run across the house. They were in a bus.
blocking. I think she might have like hit me in the chest. But I like wrestled the candle away from her, like put it back on the counter, and then there was like a flurry of punches and kicks that she started punching and kicking me, and
Where?
in my shoulders and arms, my forearms.
Closed fist.
Yeah, closed fist, trying to punch my face.
0 marks on him.
And I had to restrain her. I had to like physically grab her by her arms and like hold her arms down. And she kept kicking. She actually kicked Remy. And I like sort of turned myself sideways and I like pushed her back to the side of the bed. And that's I
Nope.
told her to I told her that that we're not your punching bags. And
You said what?
I told her that we weren't her punching bags.
We weren't.
Yeah, she kicked Remy and she was kicking me and punching me.
We weren't her
And I pushed her
punching
back.
bags. That's what he said to
And
her.
I told Remy, I was like, yo, we're gonna take a walk.
So I've asked you this question before. When she hit you with the candle, did it hurt you?
Yeah, I don't know what that thing weighs. Probably like 2 pounds or something. It's a heavy candle, and it did hurt.
And after you took the candle from her, you
But
just
no
told us
mark
that she
from the
continued to
candle.
hit you and
Yes,
kick you. And
yes.
did that hurt?
Yes, she hits hard.
And then you restrained her arms and pushed her to the side of the bed.
I did. I held her arms down, and I like turned my hip
Mm-mm.
sideways. She kicked me in the groin, so I was not trying to have that happen again. So I turned sideways and sort of like just sidestep and like pushed her back. And I said, all right, like, we're not your punching bags here. Like, I'm like, no more hitting. And I said, you're gonna stay on your side. I'm gonna stay on my side.
Yes, Dave.
And
Yeah, that's
and
what
then
he
I,
said.
I looked at Remy and I was like, you know what? Let's just go outside. And so I grabbed a couple things. I grabbed the Glock. I grabbed Remy's leash, and leashed Remy up, and we went outside. And
And when you went outside, what was Emily doing?
I don't know. I told her.
Let me rephrase that question. You said you pushed her to the side of the bed and told her what you've already
Yeah,
described to
I
us.
said, you stay on your side. And I'll
What
stay.
did she do anything after that?
I don't know. I went outside.
Did she stay on the bed? When you left, was she on the bed?
She was like leaning against the bed when I left, and
So he don't know what to say because he just said that he said, you stay on your side of the bed, I'll stay on mine. Because none of this happened. None of it. And if she had kicked you in the crotch, like you said, you would have been incapacitated for a little bit. You're lying.
I grabbed my stuff and took off outside. And on the way out, I said, you know what? Like, just wherever you want. Like, just be wherever you want. Like, I'm stepping out. Remington and I stepped outside, and she when I say she, I'm talking about Remington, went and did her business. So when I came back inside after letting Remy out, Emily was on the bed, and
What did you do? Well, I believe you told us earlier it had been raining.
yes, it was actually, yes, it was raining outside. So when I came back in, Remington and I were wet, so I grabbed a towel and dried Remy off and dried myself off, and I came back in.
Where was Emily?
She was on the bed. I think she was like scrolling on her phone. And
So what did you do?
I made a drink. I came in, I put my stuff down. I came in, made myself a drink, and had some more smoke. Asked her if she was up for talking about why exactly she had a fit about the candlelight.
Sure.
And
What about those notes?
I don't know what she was
wrote?
saying. She was saying something, but it was just like she was just like muttering, so I couldn't really hear what she was saying.
Okay, then what happened?
Well, at some point there was actually,
He's got to think. Right, Shamat. Wow.
yeah, there was a Yeah, there was some muttering from her, and
It is.
then I don't.
After there was muttering from her, what do you remember doing next? You.
Some time had passed. I think there was like another drink involved. And then at some point, I had decided to go climb in bed. And
just to be clear, your side of the bed is at the back of the bus, correct?
right, yes, it is.
So in order to get to your side of the bed,
Yeah.
what did you have to do?
Your Honor, leading.
Leading.
There's
What did you have to do?
yeah, to get into the bed. So to give you an idea, like the bed is very high. There's a lot of storage, and then there's a mattress, and then she was laying on top of it, so it was very high. So you have to climb onto the couch and then across her side of the bed to get into my side of the bed.
So did you say that you decided to try and get into bed?
Yeah, I decided to get into bed.
And did you take the Glock with you?
Yeah, I drained my drink, and I grabbed the Glock off the counter, and
And what was Emily doing?
Why?
she was laying in bed.
Why would he grab his Glock off the counter? Anybody?
And where,
Anybody?
if you know, was the Taurus?
The Taurus was under her pillow.
How do you know that?
That's where it was the last time that I saw it.
When was that?
Earlier that day.
Also alive.
That evening or that day?
That day.
Right.
It was there all day.
Okay, so you take the Glock
Yes.
that already has the silencer on it, correct?
Yeah, it has a suppressor on it.
And what do you do?
I climb into bed, and as I'm climbing across Emily, her mutters turned into shouts, and I you have to climb over the person to get to, like, if this is my spot and this is her spot, this would be her. Like, you have to like climb over her to get to here. So I was climbing over her, and she shouted, "Fuck off!" And she like threw an elbow at me, and elbowed me in my groin.
Did that hurt?
Yeah, it hurt. It was like right to my genitals.
Did you say anything when she said fuck off?
I didn't say anything when she said "fuck off." I got hit in the groin, and I said, "No more hitting." And
Yeah,
I,
that's what
so we had like a bunch of throw pillows
Window.
that we like lined around the bed, like the top of the bed where we slept.
I said, no more
So one of the
hitting.
throw pillows was right there, and I swatted her with the throw pillow, and I said, "Stop hitting." And that's when it happened.
What happened?
She said, "That's it, you're dead," and she threw her arm under her pillow, and she pulls her hand out with the Taurus. And
How were you feeling?
I was feeling horrified, just
Were
like
you afraid?
I was terrified. Like there was like as soon as I saw that, like I just felt like this like wave of heat, like just like red hot, and
Mm-hmm.
she started like pushing her body up in an instant, and I'm like, no, and like I don't know, like she wasn't stopping, and I had my I was holding my Glock, and she started just like coming up at me, and I just fired.
Why?
She was gonna shoot me.
And you were afraid.
Very.
You fired
All
twice.
that to get to this, y'all.
That's
Do you
right.
remember firing twice?
All I remember is like feeling like three things. It was like I felt like it was like boom, 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 and it was like two shots, and then her body like dropping. Like,
Right.
That's what you
Alan.
remember.
that's what I felt. Yeah.
That's what you saw.
Yes.
But I asked you what you felt.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah, I felt
can I
that.
ask a question?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Just horrified.
Okay. Why is he bringing his Glock to bed in the first place? Is he seeing coyotes in there?
I said the same thing. Like it was laying
I think
on the
that's a little
counter.
weird. So he
I
brings
think it's
his
weird that-
gun to bed? Why would you bring your gun to bed? There's no coyotes in there. That's the whole
Right.
purpose of the gun, right? Is to protect
Right.
little Remy from the coyotes.
Yes.
So you bring your Glock to bed.
when you already know that your woman has a gun under her pillow, he said that it had been there all day, so he knew it was there. That's how he knew. She pulled a gun out on him. And so why do you need two guns in bed from the coyotes?
There's just so much about this that just feels really wrong.
Right. And did you hear? Was you around when?
Yeah, I
you
heard
know,
the no
one-
more hitting. We don't hit. No more hitting. It's so
Yeah.
stupid.
And
I don't know who buys that shit, but it's not me. I'm not one of them.
I'm not buying it, and I'm also not buying that getting hit with a pillow would push her over the edge to make her pull out her gun.
And
Neither.
yes, it was terrible.
Did you shoot her because you were angry?
No. No,
You sure?
Naughty.
no,
Did you stab her 17 times because you was happy about it?
yeah,
What?
it was like
You
she
know
wasn't
what,
gonna stop,
Randy,
and like that was the
you
only
know what
way.
I
Like,
was
it
thinking
didn't
about just now?
it didn't have to be like that. Like,
Is I wonder if he chopped her up because his plan was to feed her to the animals in the area.
He said he saw some
That's why he chopped
bobcats
her up
too.
so much. Yeah, he said
Good.
there were bobcats, coyotes, everything. They could have easily disposed of that body for him.
Yeah. He just hated that his plan got fooled because they didn't believe her meaning her family, didn't believe that she took off walking and wouldn't answer anybody's text.
Yeah. So I
Yeah.
think he cut her up. I wonder if he cut her up like that because his initial plan was to feed her to the animals and just, well, she left. I don't know what happened to her. She just left.
Yeah.
And then for whatever reason, that didn't work out.
But why the overkill? Why, and I'm sure I didn't get to listen because the prosecutor does start questioning him during this.
Good.
And I haven't got to
That's
listen to
what I'm
that
waiting
yet.
for.
Yeah. Well, and a lot of this we're going to be able to fast forward through because he just goes on
Good.
about his feelings and
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about his feelings.
no.
Okay.
Hey, look, come on, squeeze one out. You can't,
Yeah,
can you?
squeeze a tear out, sir.
You can't.
Is there a question?
I'm giving my witness time to recover. He's having some difficulty.
Oh, shut up. Shut up. I hate her. I do not care for this woman at all.
Your witness is fine. He's thinking of his next sentence, and you know it.
Oh my God. Shut up.
Golly, I hope they get married. That's what I hope. You deserve each other.
They probably already are. The way she talks,
Man.
the way she rubs his back and shit. Get out of here.
Yes. Oh.
I'm giving my
Okay,
witness time
so
to recover.
are you ready to continue?
maybe just a moment.
Oh, shut up. You
Let me-
shut up too.
I need to buy some more time. I need to buy some more. Oh, let me act upset.
Oh,
So,
let me bury
Joseph-
my head, face in my hands.
Okay.
That really looks sad.
What happened after you shot her?
I
chopped her up
yelled at her.
and made
Like, I said, "You're fucking kidding?" And
That's what he said.
why the hell would you do that?
Did you know she was dead?
I picked her up.
You're asking for a sidebar, ask for it, but I'm up here.
So you cussed at your first move is to cuss at her when she
Maybe.
when you shoot her? Like
Yeah,
it's her
I said,
fault?
I said to her, why would you do that?
Love that.
And did you think she was still alive after you shot her in the head twice?
Why would you do that? Why would you make me kill you?
Right. There's no, you don't have any tears. Hey, Jabron, you have no tears.
Yeah, 0. Sorry, sir. We're not buying it.
Notice no one's offering you a box of tissue. Oh,
Not
they did.
one.
They did.
Loser.
No tears.
Where is the
You picked up the body, then
prosecution?
what did you
Come
do?
on.
You've already told us that you were
You
yelling at
better
her.
redeem this,
Yes.
Randy.
What did you do?
I shook her.
Crabby over here.
You shook her?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, I wasn't sure if she was dead. And she just fell lifeless, and she was gone. Like,
Okay. What did you do after you shook her? You confirmed in your mind that she was dead. Is that what you're telling us?
yes.
Then what did you do?
So then I can tell y'all,
Hmm.
after that, he says, after that, he went and he had himself a little drinky poo.
What? He didn't call 911?
No.
Why didn't he call 911?
Must have been all that childhood abuse he went through, where the family don't tell. Because he's from the streets,
My God.
And
Except
so
that
no.
usually when there's a horrible accident like this supposedly was, you call for help.
You have nothing to hide. You
No,
have
you
nothing.
don't believe in that? God, this guy, I can't stand this man.
Me either. So that's what he said. And then he went out to breakfast with his sister, acted normal, went
Okay,
to.
is he? Are we going to listen to him say all this?
Oh, did you want to, or did you want me to skip to where
Yes.
the?
Oh, hell yes.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
threw the pistol on the couch.
Okay.
I grabbed the other pistol. I threw that on the couch.
Let me back you up. You threw, what pistols are you talking about?
There's a Glock pistol and a Taurus pistol.
So the Glock is yours, and that's the one you
Why would you throw her pistol? She couldn't use it. Why would you throw it?
used to shoot her. Is that right?
That's correct.
And
And
you
the
did
Taurus was
not
hers.
because they found your pistol
That's
in the
correct.
bed.
And what did they were both
Silencer
on the
off.
bed? Is that what you said?
Yes.
What did you do with them?
With the silencer off?
I threw them off the bed onto
Yep.
the couch.
Oh, well,
Silencer
that's
was
Did
in
you
the
remove the silencer
drawer.
from the Glock?
He didn't keep
No.
the silencer on that gun.
Okay, so you threw the two guns onto the couch.
Yes.
wow.
Then what did you do?
I slid off the couch and I slid off the bed and
Mm.
I was like I remember like touching her hair and touching her back and talking to her.
Stabbing her in the back. 9 of the stab wounds was in the
And I
back.
was
Wow.
Did you have anything more to drink?
later on I had some more to drink. Yes.
So what you're telling us is you sat beside her body for some
Objection, Your
period of
Honor.
time.
He's not testified to any of that.
Yes. For some time I
So
sat.
wait.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wait.
There's a series of leading questions, Ms. Jansen.
Yes, I've been told. So what did you?
Wait until I finish.
Oh, okay, sorry.
No more leading questions, all right?
Well, we're just setting some foundational things, Judge.
I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time.
So
Shut up.
Where are
without
we?
my putting
What's
words into your mouth,
sir?
what did you do next?
Yeah, and you're not having a hard time.
I sat with her body and I touched her hair. I touched her back and I talked to her. And
Did you say sorry?
I
No, it was her
Do you have any
fault.
idea what time of the night this might have been?
this was probably after 2 a.m.
Why didn't you
which
call
would be-
the police?
Saturday morning.
Then what did you do then?
I
Plain and thing.
at some point I lifted her up again and I was inspecting her and I just saw like a lot of blood like coming out of her head and I was like oh my god like so I went and I had some plastic bags, so I went and opened the plastic bag and I put it under her head so she would I didn't know how much blood was going to come out, so it was like attachment and
Yes. Yes,
What?
you heard that right. It was like a catch mitt. Like, by all means, save the camper.
Oh my god. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Th-
Oh my god.
That's
wow.
going to be your thought. Save the camper. Don't let blood get everywhere. It's just my wife. I didn't know how much blood was going to come out. Wow.
I sat
What
there
about that part?
for some
Yeah, I
time.
knew
just
I'd
like,
reel her in, Shamat.
maybe like 10 or 15 minutes just like sitting there and there was at some point after that I think I like slid off the couch onto the floor and I called out for Remington and she has like a small doghouse underneath one of the couches, so I checked on her and I sat with her and at some point I grabbed the vodka and continued drinking.
Let me stop you
Okay.
and ask you.
Sounds like a wise idea.
Yeah.
You're testifying today about what you remember. When did these memories come to you?
My memories came to me sometime
Right about the time
after
I
the
realized
events.
I had to make up a case.
Come up with a.
I
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
I was detained by the police and I was put into a cell and I want to say it was like at some point maybe like I'm estimating like a week or 2 weeks, probably closer to 2 weeks later after being in the cell.
After you confessed.
I don't know, like I had an experience. I know this is gonna sound strange, but I had an experience. I don't know if anyone's ever like been on like a merry-go-round where you're on it and everything's just spinning, but that's what I was experiencing. It just felt like everything was spinning, and then the ride finally came to like a stop, and then there was like a bit of clarity where like there wasn't as much like distortion.
So what you're telling us today about what you did after you shot Emily, are those memories that came back to you later on?
Objection. Again, Judge, another leading question.
Sustained.
When did those, you just told us it was a couple of
Yeah, it was a couple of weeks. I was having flashbacks. I finally started to. I felt very separated. And what I mean by that is like I feel like my mind and my body were on two different planets, and I had I finally like rested and started to like feel clearer about things, and I was trying to understand what happened and trying to put the pieces back together. And yeah.
So let's continue with what you remember happening, and we're in the early hours of Saturday morning, right?
Yeah.
What do you remember next?
Early Saturday morning, I sat with Remy, and we mourned together, and we were just like so scared and confused. And
Him and the dog, by the way.
yeah,
Speaking for the
I
dog.
was so scared and
I remember
confused.
drinking from the bottle, and then I remember the sun coming up, and I remember the sun coming up, and then at some point, I made the call to get some coffee together. So
So you remember making coffee?
Yep. I remember it being sun up, and I remember making some coffee. I had a French press and some coffee grounds and made some coffee.
God.
Yeah.
And took Remington out, drank some coffee, and then it was just, I don't know, like I was just like, I was really shook. So I was having a hard time focusing, I just remember like my mind was like working in loop or something. Like I just kept seeing it happen over and over. It's terrible.
Are you telling us that you saw yourself shooting Emily?
Objection, Your Honor.
No.
Wait until the judge rules.
Oh, sorry.
You can answer.
No. I just remember. I just remember like the sensation of like her body dropping, and I remember like picking her up and her just like falling, just lifeless.
And that's what you remembered.
Yeah.
You were, I think you said over and over.
Yeah, like intermittently just interrupting everything.
What, if anything, do you remember doing on Saturday?
On Saturday, I reached out to my sister. I was reaching out to see if she was awake, if she had her morning coffee yet.
Wait,
See what her
what?
plans were for the day. And
Oh, his
Wow.
sister. That's right. Yeah. What's your plans
I
for
don't know
the
if she asked me
day?
or if I asked her
I'm free.
about eating, because the next thing I remember is we went to eat some breakfast.
You remember that?
I had like a couple flashes of like getting in her car, somebody's car, Ariel's car, I don't know whose car. I remember getting in their car. I remember like being at the restaurant.
Yeah,
I
because
don't
you're on
remember
video.
specifics.
Do you remember telling her anything about where Emily was?
Yeah, yes, okay. Yeah, I do remember she asked, "Is Emily joining us?" And I lied and told her that Emily was still sleeping.
Why did you lie?
We talked about how their trip was for their vacation, and that she didn't want us to bring our drama to their vacation.
Oh,
So I
shut
didn't wanna
up.
dump that on her.
So you're
Shut up.
telling me is that you didn't tell
Oh my
her
God. I hate
you
this
shot Emily
guy.
because you were honoring her request not to bring drama?
Yes,
Stop it.
yes, I didn't want to bring the drama to her vacation.
Why
Okay.
not
So
just
what else
tell
did
the
you do on Saturday
truth
that you
about
cannot
that?
remember?
After breakfast, there was talk about her. She wanted a tattoo, and I said I'd be happy to give you a tattoo.
Yeah, with a steady hand. How?
So we made
How?
plans to meet up.
How?
think
How are you going
At
to
some
do
point, I took a
that?
shower. Yeah, I took a shower. Yeah, I think after breakfast, I took a shower in her Airbnb. And
So you remember her asking for a tattoo and you agreeing to do that, right?
yes,
What else do you remember happened on Saturday?
took a shower. I went, and I had to pack Rosie up for a trip. And after the events of the morning,
Mm-hmm.
Emily was lying on the bed.
Oh my gosh.
So I had to do like a cleanup. I had to clean up some things and move some things around and sort of pack everything up to move the bus. And I collected some items, and like I said, I packed things away so they wouldn't move around during transport. And I moved Emily from the bed onto the floor of the shower. And then
Any idea what time of day this happened?
I want to say midday.
So after you had breakfast, took a shower, came back,
He just
you cleaned up.
talks about
Is
it
that what you're
like
telling us?
Yes.
Then what else, if anything, do you remember about Saturday?
Saturday, I drove to Sarah and Jason Lang's. They
Just
were
nothing.
letting me use a room
Yeah.
as a studio where I was doing some tattooing, and there was I want to say maybe like an hour and maybe like an hour and a half drive up to
yes,
St. Albans from Bolton.
Morrissey.
So I drove. I drove through Jonesville. I stopped at the river where we used to go swimming. I threw some items into the river. I drove to.
Her
How did you
items.
remember all of this?
This is all stuff that I'm just putting back together. I feel like everything, all my
Threw
memories
her
is very
items in the
fragmented. Like
river?
it's like pieces of
Yeah,
a
they
puzzle,
were
and I'm just
never
trying to put the
recovered.
puzzle back together. So I didn't remember until we started trying to figure out why everything happened and how everything happened.
So you were trying to hide the evidence.
So you drove up to St. Albans, is that right?
Yes.
To the Langs.
Went to the Langs.
What happened to them, if you remember?
What did happen at the lane?
I
I know.
parked Rosie, and I went to speak with Sarah. She was home. I think Jason was working.
What, if anything, did you tell them about where Emily was?
They well, Sarah was there, and she asked, "Where's Emily?" And I lied to her, and I told her that Emily had left to go hang out with some friends.
Why'd you lie?
Yeah, she was talking about going to hang out with her friends, so I just sort of like ran with that information and just told Sarah that she was hanging out with her friends.
What do you remember happening next?
At some point, my sister and Ariel showed up at the Langs. Yeah, she brought me my phone,
Normal, he sounds.
and
I know.
All normal.
When
Well,
she brought you your
still
phone, wasn't it
thinking
with
he's
you?
looking like a victim.
no, I asked her if I could use her electricity at her Airbnb and leave the phone charging, and she could just bring it with her. So she brought me my phone, and we talked about doing a tattoo, and I remember doing like a sketch out of the tattoo. I remember feeling like really, really angry. Not with my sister, but just like the events that happened, it just kept like rolling over in my head. I was just so angry, like thinking like how anyone could push me to that. Like I just never thought that was
Wow.
possible.
Wow.
Yeah, just like really,
Oh, he's going down
really
the
out
river.
focus. And
Yeah.
We've heard
Bye-bye.
testimony from other witnesses that you
Mhm.
appeared very calm and natural. Remember hearing that?
I do.
But you're telling us that that was not what your emotions were.
I was falling apart inside. Outwardly, yeah, I think I'm a very closed off person. I'm a very private person, and I do drink and use THC to excess. I mean, not anymore. I've been sober for 3 years, thank God. But out there, it was
Yes,
was
thank
pretty bad. I
God.
was drinking and I was smoking almost all day,
Right.
and
You've been
definitely
sober
helped
for
to, like,
3 years because you've been
numb-
incarcerated.
just keep me numb.
Right.
Stupid.
But are you telling us that in general you're a closed off person?
I mean, I don't really show outwardly like how I'm feeling or what's going on with me.
Okay. And it's been commented before that, and we've also seen it on the interview. You were able to go from showing emotion to having small talk just like that. How is that possible?
I
Right.
mean,
I'm a psychopath, ma'am.
the interview video is
Maybe you've heard of
We're
it.
going to talk about that in more detail. I'm just asking you about
well,
flipping
so
the switch and
yeah, a lot of times I've been working with people for a long time, and I usually will start talking to someone to get them to open up about themselves.
you're talking about working as a tattoo artist.
Yeah, working as a tattoo artist and a piercer. What I do, it hurts. It hurts people. Like tattoos hurt, piercings hurt. So as a distraction, I will get people to talk, and once they're distracted enough, then I will do the procedure. And typically they're not focusing on the sensation, so they can be still.
Yes, bad.
I don't know if anyone has tattoos, but you can't move around. It's permanent marks. So if you move around, if you want the word Bob, it might come out saying Bub. So you don't want to move around a lot when you're getting.
So is this your explanation of
correct.
how you're able to
So that'll go
engage
over
in small
well
talk?
with
Yeah,
I just
yeah.
get people talking.
This is a habit that you've developed.
Yeah, it lets me focus on what I'm doing without having to worry about them.
Funny guy.
Okay.
Funny guy.
Yep.
So you said you were drinking a lot and smoking a lot at that time over that weekend.
Yes.
And we were talking about what you did on Saturday. And
It was kind of
What
in
else
the
do you
middle.
remember from
Stadia.
Saturday?
Saturday, the tattoo
Someone in cold blood.
for Nicole happened, and then Nicole,
Meanwhile,
Ariel, and myself went to
his wife is sitting
get
in the
some food and some
shower.
drinks, and
Dead.
Is she in pieces yet?
Not yet.
I
don't think
believe
so.
they drove. They drove. I got in their vehicle, and we went to Twigs.
We heard
And
animals.
I remember
so too.
I remember having like a snack, and I remember having multiple drinks, and
A snack.
leaving.
What the fuck am I hearing? I can't
I
understand. Sad.
Well, really, I just
I'm
remember, I
having
remember them
a
dropping
snack.
me off back at the Lanning's place.
As
Okay.
one
I
does.
remember a lot of conversation, or a lot of the. I felt very distracted and very just. Yeah, I was going through some pretty emotional stuff.
Was
Yeah,
you?
kill somebody.
What do you mean by
Weirdo.
that?
I don't know. I can't really explain it. It's like the first time anything like this has happened to me, so like I couldn't focus.
There it is.
But what I do remember is them dropping me
My
back
mom
off
took
at
care of it
Lanning's,
last time.
and I remember going back into Rosie and just sort of seeing a state of affairs in there, and
What does that mean?
Emily was deceased, and there was blood, and it was bad, and
Did you
And I
sleep that
still
night?
didn't know what the dilemma
no,
was.
I got a blanket, and I covered him, and I sat with her and talked with her, and
I don't believe you. I do not believe you.
yeah, the three of us just sat together, and yeah, we just cried, and
You cried.
yeah. Remington was it was like she knew what happened. She was like it was like she was crying too. You know, she was like whining,
You.
and
God.
So that's Saturday night.
yeah.
Do you have any recollection of Sunday?
But I remember drinking. I remember sitting on the floor, like holding Em's hand.
There.
Uh-huh.
Did you have all of this? What were you drinking? Was it still what you told us before, vodka and Red Bull?
No. No, I believe that was Saturday night. So I remember drinking red wine and gin.
Was it Saturday?
Was this alcohol that you already had purchased and had in the bus?
Yes.
It's a lot of alcohol.
Yeah, I had a real problem. And I didn't want to feel. I didn't want to be in my emotions like that. And I drank, and then I remember.
Hey, Rain Girl.
I remember the sun coming up on Sunday, but I don't really remember Sunday.
Okay,
Yeah.
tell
Do
us
you
about
remember
when you
anything
started
happening on
chopping her up.
All I remember is from there on is just like flashes of things and just
I don't want to talk about
really
that.
like distorted.
Let me ask you specifically. Do you remember going to the Basses on Monday?
I remember like a flash of being on the road, like riding there. I remember a flash of seeing Adrian's eyes.
Why did you go to the Basses?
Out with it.
So that was that Monday? I had I found out that I went to the Basses,
What do you mean
and
you found out? What do you mean you found out?
I read a transcript.
Okay, so I'm asking you if you have an independent memory or recollection of going to the Basses.
All I remember is like seeing Adrian's eyes, and yeah. Then after that, I remember having like a sensation of like hugging Spencer and like falling into his car.
Okay, so very sporadic memories.
Yeah. It's just there's no like memory reel. It's just there's a piece here and a piece there, and nothing lines up, and I can't.
Of course. Except
Yeah.
for
Okay,
you remembered cutting her up when you gave your statement to the cops, but now you don't. It's weird.
Wow.
Yeah. Because they said that must have bled a lot. And he's like, actually, no.
Oh my God. So what's happening
Look
right
at-
now? Are they taking a break?
I'm not sure.
Your estimate was going to be another hour. We're working on, it's been a little over an hour and a half.
now things that I was planning to cover later on.
How much longer do you think your rep will be?
Yeah, ma'am. We want to get on with the good stuff here. How much longer we got to this crap?
Yeah, really.
Did she say how long?
I think she said about 30 more
Living.
minutes, which I've got this on,
And Emily and I were going.
what, 1.75?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. That's how slow he talks.
To go to Pennsylvania to help make that process happen. And if I would have told people, then the police would have been called, and I would be detained, and I would not be able to help my grandma get her life together. So
Wait,
I wanted to move
we're
forward with my plans,
rewinding.
even though
Wait a minute.
what
What did
happened.
he say?
Sweet old
these-
granny.
Whose life does he want? Did he want to get together? That's why he didn't want to. Golly, he is full of it.
His sweet old granny. He's helping his granny. So he saves
Oh,
dogs
she-
and grandmothers.
You know, what a good
He's a
guy.
good guy.
Yeah.
He's a good guy here.
Somebody get his cake.
So there's a couple of things I want to talk about. You've admitted that you lied on multiple occasions over the course of the weekend, right?
Right.
Do you remember the things you've already testified that you lied to your sister, you lied to the Langs?
Yes.
Any other lies that you remember telling?
No.
Do you remember sending text messages to Emily's phone over the course of the weekend?
I do remember sending messages when I was with my sister. She brought up Emily, and I was like, "Oh, I'll send, I'll text her, see where she's at." And
Why did you do that?
that was another lie. I did not want to tell my sister what happened.
And when you were at the Bassett's, do you remember having a telephone conversation with a law enforcement officer from Vermont?
No.
You don't remember that? Okay.
Of course
Um,
not.
Yeah, I bet
Oh,
Why
you
are
don't.
Jody
you
here.
lying to all these people about where Emily was?
Well, so it's like this. I had talked to my grandmother about coming to Pennsylvania to help get her out of her home and put her into a safer home, either like a one-story home or like an assisted living. And Emily and I were going to go to Pennsylvania to help make that process happen. And if I would have told people, then the police would have been called, and I would be detained, and I would not be able to help my grandmother get her life together.
He's such a good
So
guy.
I wanted to move forward with my plans, even though what happened made it impossible.
So your testimony is that you lied because you wanted to get back to Pennsylvania to help your grandmother move.
Yes.
Why didn't you just get to Pennsylvania instead of hanging around all weekend?
Right.
Well, so I took the opportunity to
Cut up the
be with my
body.
sister, as I hadn't seen her in years, and I asked her what she wanted to do, and she told me what she wanted to do. So I spent time doing that. I was catching up with my friends, the Langs, and spent time with them. I asked them what they wanted to do, and hung out with them. And
None of them felt like bearing a body with me, so I had to do what
that's
they
why I
wanted
was,
to do.
Yeah.
yeah, I didn't. I don't know. My
At the Lang's house.
everything
is
sort
where
of just
he
like got
cut
turned upside
her
down. So
into
I
pieces. So,
Wow.
spent time
right, Stadius.
with the people that were around, and
Oh boy.
Good grief.
Do you remember inflicting any stab wounds into Emily's body after she was dead?
no.
Do you remember cutting her up?
I have one flash of memory where I cut into her leg with a knife, and then I stopped. It made me sick, and I remember being sick, like nauseous and vomiting, and that's all I remember is being sick.
Just once?
No, I drank. I drank and got sick multiple times. But I don't remember any other part of that incident.
I don't believe you. Since you
Neither.
already said you did it.
Right.
Amen,
Can you tell a little
Alan.
bit about your taped interview with the police. At the time you talked to them, when was the last time you had slept? So you talked to them about 2:30 roughly on Tuesday afternoon. Prior to that, when was the last time you slept?
We left for our trip Friday, so Thursday night into Friday. I woke up Friday morning.
So Friday morning was the last time you slept before you were interviewed by the police. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, I woke up Friday morning, somewhere about 7:30.
Too much information. He's lying.
Yeah, we slept. We were in New Hampshire, and we slept in her bedroom.
You've seen your recorded interview a couple of times, right?
He slept
And do you
more.
remember Detective Voris asking you more than once, where did you sleep that night? Do you remember seeing that?
I saw the video of it. I don't remember. I don't have a memory of that. I don't have access to a lot of my memories at this point. I only have what I've seen on the video.
Okay. You saw on the video that you said to him, I slept on the bus more than one, in response to more than one question. Do you remember seeing that?
I saw that on the video.
But your testimony is that you were essentially, you hadn't slept. Yes, certainly, Judge. Yep.
She's leading him right through it.
The first time you saw the video, What was your
No.
reaction to seeing yourself and
The
hearing what you
judge
said?
even had to step in.
It was revolting. My reaction was disgust. I was revolted to see and hear. I was like so like depersonalized, like disassociated. Just I don't know how to. It was revolting to me to watch that video.
The first time you saw the video, did you remember participating? Do you have memories of that interview?
No, it's no. When I watched that video, it's like I don't know if anyone here has ever gone blackout and then come to and found videos and photos where they just can't explain. But that's how it makes me feel. Like I see myself in the video, but I don't remember being there.
You don't remember being there. You don't remember anything that you said. I think you told us earlier that several weeks after you were detained by the police, you started having flashback memories. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
And what's the first thing you remember? Were these in dreams, or how did these come about?
Well, after recovering, there was a
What do you mean recovering?
there was a period where I wasn't sleeping, and
Yep.
I felt like I don't know how to say this, but I felt like I don't know, like I was broken in two. Like I was my body and my mind weren't the same, and it took some time. I was having a lot of nightmares, and I was having poor sleep. So once I finally felt rested and realized where I was trying to figure out what had happened that had gotten me there. And that's when I was able to read the affidavit from that interview, the video interview, and none of it made sense to me.
And so when did you first remember that, as you testified today, Emily was going to shoot you?
When I was arrested and I was thinking what happened, that's when the memories started coming to me. It was like those same kind of flashbacks that I was having, but like the pieces started kind of like coming together a little bit more. And it's frustrating because there's some memories there, there's some memories that aren't there. So
It is.
this whole process has been kind of strange, picking up new pieces and trying to put the thing back together. And
The crazy thing is
I've never experienced anything like this, so it just makes me feel like
we've seen people use this defense before. Like, once I slept, the memories started flashing. I had flashes of memories and I really didn't do it, or I didn't mean to do it. It never works.
Ever.
Never.
Nope. No. Jodi Arias is still wondering why it didn't work for her.
Yeah.
very strong feelings about it. And I just need help putting the puzzle back together.
So I don't think I went over this with you, but you have no criminal record, do you?
No.
And so you had no experience.
He
being-
does
Objection,
now.
Your Honor. May I approach?
Kind of like the other day, I said, I don't have anything on my record. I hadn't had a speeding ticket since I was like 20. I got a speeding ticket the other day.
Did
Kind
you?
of like that, sir. Yeah.
Well, you're not allowed to say that stuff.
I know. I was like, damn it.
So here's the question.
I didn't even know I was speeding. And I got a thing in the mail.
Oh, damn.
What is this old country road doing with a camera?
Checking your ass. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Well, I was
Finding
doing
you.
30 and a 15. That's what I was doing. So,
Merry Christmas.
yep, that's exactly right.
For you to explain to these people why you didn't tell the police everything you've told us today. That, as you've explained, you shot Emily because,
Again, just ask the
yes,
question.
fine. Why didn't you tell the police that?
I don't remember talking to the police.
That's at all.
So why didn't you call them?
Much of the information that you provided to the police corresponds with, was corroborated by other means, like where your phone was and with whom you met. The only thing that is missing from that interview is that you didn't tell them that you shot her in self-defense. And your explanation is what?
Right.
I didn't remember talking to the police. The memories came to me as they came to me, which was,
Do you remember eating the pizza?
as I said before, like after I
You hadn't thought of it yet.
rested and I felt
Right.
like I could use my mind.
It's like,
Then I was
oh,
trying to figure out what exactly it was that
that.
happened, and that's when all the flashbacks started coming back, and then I described it to you guys.
So your answer, to summarize what you said, is you have no memory of the interview.
I watched the video of it.
And your memories came back in fragments weeks later.
Yeah, some of them are still, like I'm seeing stuff still, as we're doing this that just is foreign to me. So
Is foreign to you?
yes,
It's foreign to, is it?
And I have a moment, Judge.
I don't remember speaking to the police, even though you gave a full confession, even about cutting her up.
Is that
Thank you.
Oh, by the way, you also told your friend and he kicked you out of the car, but never mind.
Right. You remember that?
Yeah,
The truth is that before leaving New Hampshire, you stopped at Market Basket,
there we go.
right?
I did see that. Yes,
That's the truth.
I saw that on the PowerPoint.
And it's the truth.
I don't remember it, but yes.
And you spent $60.43 at Market Basket.
Is that what happened?
It is what happened. Do you agree with me that that's what happened?
I don't remember it. So if
In case y'all don't know, we're now under the prosecution. She's
Good.
now,
Kick his ass. Been waiting all
and
day.
she's not speaking to him like he's 12.
if you have fact that says that, then I agree with you.
And you left New Hampshire around 3:45 on Friday. Is that the truth?
Yes, that's what the geolocation thing provided.
Well, Mr. Ferlazzo, you testified today that you left New Hampshire on Friday afternoon, so you remember that.
I don't remember the exact time.
Hey,
And you stopped
Kendall.
at Andover for gas,
Yes.
and you spent money on gas, $27.09,
Okay, I'm agreeing with you.
and you stopped in Lebanon.
Is that correct?
That's the
I
truth. You
don't-
stopped in Lebanon.
Okay.
Aren't you?
Right, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. You got to Vermont, and you stopped at Crossroads Beverage in Waterbury.
I did see that on the PowerPoint. Yes.
And you spent some money at Crossroads. You got some gas, $40.
Okay.
And you bought a bottle of liquor at the liquor store, $22.40.
Okay.
And then you went to your sister's Airbnb,
Yes.
parked in the parking lot,
Correct.
and you got there around 7:20 on Friday night.
Yes.
And we can all agree that at 7:20 on a date in the middle of October, it's dark in Vermont.
Yes.
And your sister was still in Burlington,
Yes.
and you texted with her,
Yes.
and she and Ariel stopped by the camper to talk when they got back.
That's correct.
And you guys discussed plans to go and watch Netflix inside.
That is correct.
But you changed your mind and didn't go watch Netflix.
That is correct.
And you texted Nikki at 9:39 and said you weren't coming in. Is that correct?
I don't remember sending a text, but you have it there in front of you. So,
And you said to her, I'll see you in the morning.
all right.
And you said, you still drink coffee?
All right.
So that's your sister?
That was what I said to her. That's you have that.
Would you like to see the text?
I don't remember the text. I don't remember the text exactly. So if you have them, then
Do you want to see them?
I mean, I don't have to. If you're going to read them to me, then we can do it this way. Or
So you testified that Emily was mad when you got to Bolton.
she was angry.
And she was mad about Jolene.
I would believe so. She never said anything about that to me, so I don't know if I should speculate on that or not.
Well, Jolene's your ex-wife,
Correct.
and Jolene lives in the same condo complex.
Should
as
I
your sister's
slow
Airbnb.
this down a little bit?
And
Should I? Do y'all
I
think
can
so?
follow it, but I'm okay. But if you want to,
maybe
go ahead.
maybe one notch. We'll go down one notch.
Okay.
Jolene. So she was mad about Jolene. That's funny. I thought she was mad about 7 Yankee candles and an incense all being lit at one time. But she never mentioned it. I don't think
Yeah.
that's
Somehow I
true.
find that hard to believe.
Me too.
Much like everything else this man has said.
I know when I'm mad, I'm a mentioner. I'm just saying.
Of course. But let
You
me
know.
guess.
Same condo complex.
Being a human and all.
You gave her no reason to even make her believe that you have any intention of even listening to what she was mad about, sir. I can already
Exactly.
tell how that conversation probably went.
Well said.
So Jolene lives in the same condo complex as your sister's Airbnb.
Correct.
Oh.
And that was the first thing that came up when you took the car apart.
That's new.
Well.
I did not know that. Interesting.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that either. I didn't get to this part. And here's the thing. That's why she didn't want to get out of the van. You didn't tell her that your ex-wife lived at the
In the
condo
same
where
damn
you was.
place that you guys
Yeah.
were staying at.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Was
Yeah,
Jolene.
you didn't mention that
Correct.
part.
Yeah.
She was never brought up.
You sent a text message to Jolene on the
I slowed it down
17th.
some.
Do you remember texting Jolene?
I don't.
And you were texting about wishing that you could have seen her when you were in Vermont.
Okay.
Oh dear.
And you said to her
Hmm.
that you couldn't see her because it was the first thing that came up, and I said I wouldn't. I want to take Bear for a walk with Remy. She only turns around to kick me to the curb. It's no big deal. I spent the day with my sister. It was awesome. Remember sending that text?
I don't.
Of course not.
Well, you had killed her by that time, so you could have.
Yeah, you could have seen her.
Yeah.
Since how your schedule was wide open.
Now, she's gonna know that you were dishonest.
So Emily's mad at you. You guys argue. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she's rebuffing you.
Yes.
She doesn't want to dance.
No.
She doesn't want the candles on.
Correct.
She just wants to go to bed.
Right, bad.
She didn't say anything to me.
She went and laid down in the bed.
Yes.
She's facing outward, scrolling on her phone,
Yes.
and she's saying hurtful things to you.
She was muttering something.
She was saying things like, I don't want to be with you. This is stupid.
She was saying that she didn't want to be there.
She was saying, you're pathetic.
Yeah, she said this was a pathetic trip.
You told police that she
No,
was
I
grumbling a
don't
bunch of
think
shitty,
it's
hurtful
pathetic.
things.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
And that's what you remember.
I remember her muttering some things. It was inaudible things.
You're sitting down on the couch, correct?
When?
When Emily's saying these hurtful things to you. You're sitting on the couch.
No.
You're in the bed.
No.
He's
You're
doing
standing in the aisle?
yoga.
Yeah, I was doing some.
You're yoga dancing.
Yes, that's correct.
And you say that you light some candles,
Yes,
and Emily doesn't like the candle.
Tells me she's not buying it.
that's correct.
And she tells you to put them out.
That's also correct.
And
Yoga dancing.
you don't put them out.
No, I don't.
And she gets up and she grabs one of these candles,
Yes.
these big Yankee candles,
Yes.
glass,
Yes, ma'am.
heavy.
Very.
And she starts hitting you in the head with it
Yes, ma'am.
and in the body.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're able to grab onto her and get the candle away from her.
That's correct.
And that is over. She goes and lays back down.
Yes. Well, actually, I didn't see her lay back down. I grabbed the puppy and went outside.
No, that's not
When
what
you came in, she was in the bed.
Yes.
And you are trying to relax,
Yes.
trying to enjoy your vacation.
Yes.
And you make a decision,
What decision?
the decision that you need to stop this.
I was having some drinks and smoking.
You decided enough is enough. I'm going to put an end to this.
No.
You got up. You got up from the couch where you were
was-
having your drink.
I wasn't on the couch.
You told the police that you got up.
I don't remember talking to the police.
You heard yourself tell the police that you got up.
I saw a video.
And you heard yourself tell the police that you got up.
I saw the video.
Did you hear the video?
I heard the video.
And you heard yourself tell the police that you got up.
That was on the video, yes.
And you heard it.
I like her a lot.
Yes.
And you got your Glock.
Yeah, she's
Are we talking
not
about the
really-
video?
I'm talking about what happened. You got the Glock
Correct.
and you put the pillow over her head.
I
Yes.
hit her with a pillow at one point.
No.
The pillow was over her head when you shot her.
That is correct.
It was over her head when you shot her the second time.
That is correct.
Oh boy.
Mm-hmm.
And when you realized that you had just shot your wife, you didn't call 911.
No.
You
She
didn't go to your
wasn't
sister.
sitting up.
No.
You had another drink.
I sat with Emily for a while before drinking more.
You actually put a bag over her head.
I put a bag under her head.
Mr. Ferlazzo, you put a bag over her head.
I put a bag under her head.
You tied a bag around her neck.
When at some point there was the next day I had to move her body from the bed to the floor of the shower, and I wrapped the bag around her head and tied a bag
No.
around her neck
You remember doing that.
to move her body.
You remember doing that.
I remember you saying it.
No. A while ago,
You
you
remember
said
doing
you
that.
moved
I
her to
remember
the
putting a bag
shower.
under her head.
You cleaned up.
Yes.
You picked up her shoes.
Yes.
You picked up her phone.
Yes.
You shut her phone off.
Her phone was off.
You told the police that you shut her phone off.
I told Emily to turn her phone off.
Mm.
You shut her phone off after you shot her.
Her phone was off. She shut it off.
How you remember that?
You put her wallet in a bag.
No.
You told the police that you put her wallet in a bag.
I don't remember talking to the police.
I understand that, Mr. Ferlazzo, but you listened to the video and you've heard your words. So you told the police that you put her wallet in a bag, correct?
I did see the video.
And you heard you utter the words, "I put her wallet in a bag."
Yeah, I don't remember that.
You heard
Oh,
yourself
the
say
video
those
on the
things.
video?
Yes.
I saw the video, yeah.
And you heard yourself say, "I put her wallet in a bag."
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
And you heard yourself say, "I shut her phone off."
Was that on the video too?
You watched the video.
Yes.
You were here with us.
Right.
And you heard yourself say, "I shut her phone off."
Yeah, the video is disturbing to me to watch. There's a lot of it that doesn't make any sense to me. So
Well, you
don't
said
do a
she
good
was
job on focusing on the
scrolling on
details
her
of it.
phone, so she didn't shut it off.
I understand it is disturbing, but we heard you say, "I shut her phone off." Did you hear that?
I do recall the video saying that.
And the person on the video who was saying that was you, Mr. Ferlazzo.
Yes.
And you told the police, "I'd like
The anger.
to approach
With the anger in his face. Good job,
Mhm.
ma'am. Good job.
That's all she has to do.
Yep.
Get him to snap.
Yep. You're not going to hear him say, "Can we please talk in a calm voice?" Look
No
at
kidding.
his breathing. He's mad.
Oh yeah, he's pissed. I don't remember talking to the police. Shut up.
I remember everything I did except chopping her up and talking to the cops.
Gosh.
So, Mr. Ferlazzo, you told the police that you shut Emily's phone off. Is that correct?
From the video? Yes. I said that on the video.
And you told the police that you shut her phone off because she wasn't going to be using it anymore.
Oh,
Yes.
Like I said, I don't remember the video. It's hard for me to focus on the details of it. So if that's what happened, then
Just say yes.
my recollection is different.
So if that's in the video, you said that.
If that's in the video.
You're not contesting that that was some other person
I'm
in the
not
video.
definitely no, I'm not. That's there's a video of me saying a bunch of stuff on the video.
And you put the bloody pillow in a garbage bag.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And you put the red throw pillow in a garbage bag. Yes.
Yes.
You
Anger.
flipped the mattress over.
Yes.
You put new sheets on the bed.
Yes.
You put
Oh
new
my
blankets on the
God.
bed.
Yes.
Put some new pillows on the bed.
Yes.
Yes.
And you never called the police.
I did not.
wow.
I love her.
Why not?
After you shot Emily, you continued to text her phone, correct?
Yes.
And you continued to call her phone.
Yes.
And this was the phone that you turned off.
I didn't turn her phone off. She turned her phone off.
This was the phone you put in a bag.
I didn't put a phone in a bag.
This was the phone that you threw away somewhere.
Yes.
You texted her when you were at the Langs on Saturday.
Yes.
You texted her when you were out to dinner with your sister. Yes?
Did I?
You testified on direct that you texted her when you were out with your sister at dinner.
I remember texting her.
Does
I
it
wouldn't
matter?
keep bringing my phone. I remember texting her. I don't remember texting her at dinner.
You testified when Attorney Jance was just asking you that when you were out at dinner, Nikki was asking about
Let me
Emily
tell
and
you
you texted
something.
her.
The best gaslighters, I'm telling you, will do that. You
Yeah.
say, you stopped at the corner of such and such. Did I?
Yes.
Did I?
That's
And then
exactly
you
what
start-
gaslighters do. And then
Yes.
it's exhausting because you start thinking that you're going crazy.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes.
You're like, maybe I'm not remembering
Maybe
it
I'm
correctly.
wrong. Maybe I didn't hear that correctly. Oh yeah.
Yes.
That's the whole point of gaslighting. They make you feel like you're going nuts.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's maddening.
That was when I was at the Langs.
You weren't eating dinner at the Langs. You were eating dinner at Twigs.
I remember texting Emily's phone. I remember texting her phone at the Langs house. I don't remember texting her phone at dinner.
You texted her at the Langs house.
Go
That is
ahead.
correct.
Right.
And you did text her when you were out to dinner with your sister Nikki.
I did.
Ugh.
You called her multiple times,
Yes, that's what it showed on the phone record.
and this was the phone that was shut off,
Yes.
and the phone that was somewhere in the garbage or in the river.
Yes.
I'm surprised he admits that.
Mm-hmm.
And you texted her throughout the weekend.
That's what the records say.
And you called her throughout the weekend.
Yes.
Why?
So Saturday morning, you decide to make coffee.
Right? Right.
Yes.
You don't call the police on Saturday morning.
No.
You don't tell your sister on Saturday morning.
That's correct.
You
Because she
bring
didn't
coffee
want
to your
drama.
sister.
Yes.
You go take a shower in her Airbnb
Yes.
because Emily was in the bathroom of the RV.
I moved Emily from the bed to the shower floor, the bathroom of the RV, so she wouldn't roll off the bed on the trip to the Langs.
You went to breakfast with your sister
That's right.
at Maxie's.
Yes.
You didn't tell your sister at breakfast that you had shot Emily twice the night before.
No. I had a talk with my sister prior to our reunion.
Stabbed her too. Don't forget. Don't
Not
forget.
to bring any of our drama.
Right?
You didn't want to.
You
Ruin
wanna
my
bring
sister's
that
vacation.
drama.
Understood. You ordered a mimosa at breakfast.
Yes.
You ate breakfast.
I don't remember eating, but I feel like I remember seeing the
You
I saw
ate.
the receipt on your
Oh gosh.
the evidence.
You ate breakfast.
Yes.
Had some eggs.
I don't remember eating.
Saturday afternoon, you drive the camper up to St. Albans.
Yes,
Emily's in the camper.
that's correct.
She's not alive.
No, she's deceased.
You drive through Richmond, Williston, South Burlington. You don't stop anywhere to tell the police that Emily was dead.
That's correct.
You drive right past the Vermont State Police Barracks in Williston on the interstate.
I don't know where that is.
You don't stop.
No,
You go up to the Langs. You park the RV.
that's correct.
You go into that Lang's house.
Yes.
And when the Langs ask where Emily is, you don't tell them that you killed her.
No.
You come up with a story that she's off visiting friends.
Right.
You give your sister a tattoo,
Yes.
multiple hours, correct?
Yes.
Pine cones, maple leaves, acorns.
Yes.
You're able to give her that tattoo and successfully give her that tattoo.
Yes.
It looks like acorns.
I don't remember.
It looks like dog
I
shit.
couldn't really see. There was a photo of it, but I couldn't really see the photo.
You had no problem giving her a tattoo.
I was
You're gonna have to
successful in
visit
getting
my
that tattoo.
Yelp page,
And you agree
ma'am.
with me that it takes a steady hand to give a tattoo.
It was a terrible
That's
tattoo.
correct.
Just like in
Everybody hated
piercing,
it.
you need to have a steady
Correct.
hand.
That is correct.
Yes.
You don't say anything to your sister while you're giving her the tattoo about what happened to Emily.
No,
You lie to your sister.
that's correct.
You tell your sister that Emily ran off
Yes.
somewhere. She was getting an Uber back to New Hampshire
Yes, I remember saying that she was getting an Uber.
because you didn't want to bring any drama.
That's correct.
Right.
You guys go out to dinner
Such a
at
good guy.
Twigs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember going out to dinner at Twigs?
I remember being at Twigs. Yes. Yes.
Had some drinks.
Yes.
Told Detective Boris, good food, good drinks at Twigs.
Detective Forrest
James,
from the interview video. He was here. He was here a couple days ago, right?
you told him that
That's right.
Twigs has good food and good drinks.
That's what I said.
And you didn't tell your sister out at dinner about what happened to Emily.
No.
And when you got back to, when she dropped you off at the Langs, you didn't tell them the truth about what happened to Emily.
No, I did not.
You get up on Sunday morning, you come to Burlington, you hang out with your sister, you don't tell her what happened.
I don't really remember Sunday so well, but I did see from the PowerPoint that
Oh,
we were.
he can't remember Sunday because
breakfast in
that's when he
Burlington.
cut her up.
You ate breakfast.
I don't remember eating.
I think. I don't know.
You
I love
don't call
that
the police
she's
on
not
Sunday.
calling for any of
No.
it.
You don't tell your sister
Yeah.
what happened.
No, ma'am.
On the way back to St. Albans, you stop at Hannaford's.
Is that correct?
You saw the PowerPoint presentation.
I don't remember this part.
You buy bleach.
I saw
Uh-oh.
that. Yep.
Mm.
You hang out at the bonfire at the Lang's house.
I do have a flash of memory of seeing a bonfire.
And you don't tell Sarah at the bonfire about what really happened to Emily.
I don't remember much other than like the flash of seeing a fire.
Is it fair to say that you didn't tell Sarah what happened?
I don't remember anything but seeing a
Right,
flash of a
Amy.
fire. So there was a time on Saturday when I remember seeing Sarah and telling her that Emily had left vacation.
So you lied to Sarah.
Yeah,
Did
we
lie,
know.
And you didn't
ourselves.
tell anybody at the bonfire, Sarah, Jason, their kids, the off-duty police
I need to
officer.
look into
You didn't
that
tell
again.
anybody about what really happened to Emily.
Yes.
Your plan was to get rid of Emily's body by putting it in the woods.
You called
I
it.
have a memory of burying Emily. I have a memory of Well, I was talking to Emily about she was deceased, and I was talking to her about giving her a burial, and
Yeah, sure.
So you were going to bury Emily in the woods.
my plan, as I just said when I was talking to Emily, I do remember saying I want to bury your body, and
I bet you did.
And you were going to do that in the woods.
And the sooner the better.
as I said, I was talking to Emily, and I did tell her that I wanted to bury her body, and that the memories, it feels a bit strange, but it was there. I don't know how to say this, but
Let me ask it another way, Mr. Ferlazzo. You remember watching the video,
I watched the video. Yeah.
and in the video you were speaking.
Yes.
That was you in the video.
Right.
And in that video, you told James and Seth that you were going to take her body into the woods and bury it.
So I remember talking to Emily, and I think this was Saturday night.
Oh, he's such a tryhard.
And I was talking to her and just telling her like that I wanted to bury her body, and the conversation. Well, it wasn't a conversation, but
Conversation.
I don't know if it was like a delusion or what, but it was like I was talking to her.
So it wasn't a conversation because you killed her.
Right. She's
But
dead.
I know that can't be true because she was deceased.
So that's not my question about you talking to her. My question was, that was you on the video.
In the video, yes.
That was you talking.
Yes.
And you told Detective Boris and Detective Richardson that you were going to take Emily's body into the woods and bury it.
That's what I said on the video, yes.
And you said that you couldn't get it into the woods in one piece.
From the video?
Yes.
Yeah, I was pretty revolted by watching the video.
Yes, my
so
girl.
I haven't really taken in all the details of it,
Did
but
you watch that part of the video?
I understand that, Mr. Ferlazzo. This
Yeah,
is not
but
the
it
first
was
time you've seen the
really
video.
bad
I've watched the video a
audio.
few times.
Remember?
Okay. And
Yes,
it's been more than 3 years since you spoke on that video.
yes.
And you told the police in that video that you couldn't get her into the woods in one piece.
You said that. Come on.
Am I supposed to speculate on? I mean, that makes sense. But
And
are
I'm
we
not
just,
asking you to speculate. I'm asking you to confirm what is in the video.
the video says that.
Okay. And in the video, you said that that is why you cut her body up,
Yes, that's what the video says.
to get her into the woods to bury her.
Yes, that's what the video says.
That's what you said on the video, correct?
Yes, I have no memory of talking to the police, so
I understand that. You've made that abundantly clear today,
Yeah.
but I'm asking you if that's you on the video.
it's me on the
And
video.
that is those are the words that are coming out of your mouth on the video.
Yes.
And while you're involved in dismembering her, you decide that you're going to stab her through the heart.
Did it say that on the video?
Are you disputing that Emily was stabbed through the heart?
That's what the autopsy expert said.
And you stabbed her 8 times in the abdomen,
Oh my God.
I have no memory of it.
Yeah.
and you stabbed her 9 times in the back.
Oh my God.
Still,
Still.
no memory.
And as you were
I love it.
using the
No
carpenter
memory.
saw in the van to
That's
dismember Emily,
That's
at no time did you have a thought of, I should call the police?
No, I did not call the police.
As you're cutting her arm off and you're getting sick, you don't think, this has gone far enough, I have to call the police.
no.
I don't have a recollection of a lot of the event.
You do have a recollection of getting sick when you
Yeah, I
did that.
do have a recollection of there was one recollection that it's like a flash of a recall of like taking a knife across her leg.
But you used a saw to cut her body up.
We saw
Oh
the
my
song.
God.
That's what the evidence shows.
Yes, and that's what you
on
told police in the video.
Said the body didn't bleed a lot.
I
Remember?
have no memory except for there was a memory about the like cutting into her leg with a knife
Yep,
and being sick over it.
Mr. Ferlazzo, you didn't cut into her leg with a knife. You cut into her leg with a saw.
I have a memory of cutting into her leg with a knife.
You told police
No,
that you cut her
wasn't
with a saw.
stabbing her.
On the video,
Yes,
that's what was said on the video.
that's what you said on the video.
Yes.
And you did this multiple times.
What did I do multiple times?
Cut her with the saw.
I don't have any memory except for, like I said, I have a memory of cutting into her leg, and
You're not disputing that her arms were cut off?
the evidence shows that her arms were cut off.
And you're not disputing that her legs were cut off?
Oh my God.
That's what it shows.
And you're not disputing that her feet were cut off?
Oh.
No,
And you're not disputing that her head was cut off?
no.
Oh my gosh.
You also took her wedding ring off and put it in the cup holder.
Okay.
That's what you're bothered by, Randy?
No, but
Ms. Jantz asked you about,
I'm over here freaking out. You say nothing, and then he mentions the ring, and here goes Randy.
you don't take a woman's diamond now. Come on.
Oh my gosh. That's what you're freaked out about. I'm over here almost vomiting with this testimony, and you're bothered about the ring. God, I love you. God, that's funny. Okay, go ahead.
why you went back to New Hampshire on Monday. You said you couldn't remember. Is that right? You don't remember why you went back to New Hampshire?
Am I talking about what I remember, or am I talking about what I've seen?
I'm asking you, when Ms. Jantz was asking you questions about why you went back to New Hampshire on Monday, you said, I don't remember.
That's correct.
You told the police that you went back to New Hampshire on Monday because you were expected back in New Hampshire on Monday.
From the video.
And Adrian and David were expecting you and Emily back on Monday. Correct?
Is it?
And you needed to get your Jeep.
Okay.
You got your Jeep, right?
That's correct.
Because you needed something to get Emily's body into the woods.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
You didn't tell Emily's parents what happened.
Correct.
You didn't tell Emily's parents I acted in self-defense.
I don't remember talking to Emily's parents.
You didn't tell Trooper Cody you acted in self-defense.
From the video?
You saw the video. You heard your conversation. You didn't tell him you acted in self-defense.
I don't remember talking to Trooper Cody.
We
Yeah,
know.
So when you were in New Hampshire, that's when Emily finally was reported missing. Is that correct?
Is that correct?
Mr. Ferlazzo, have you been present for the last 3 days here in court?
Yes.
Oh my
And
God.
you've heard the
no.
testimony,
Maddening.
correct? And you've seen the evidence, correct? I need a
That's
verbal
correct. That is
response.
correct.
Use our gas
And the
man.
testimony and evidence is that Emily was reported missing on Monday. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And on Monday, when Emily was reported missing,
Did I keep it?
Sir.
she was in a van in St. Albans, correct?
Yes.
And you were in Northfield, New Hampshire.
Yes.
And you were 3 hours from that van.
Yes.
And you decided that you needed to buy yourself some time to get back to that van. So you lied to your in-laws.
Yes.
Yes.
You told them that the van was at some guy named Kurt.
Wow.
From the, I do, yes, I remember hearing that.
And
With the party's approach.
The
Don't
judge
you
is like,
stop
go
it,
ahead.
judge. Don't you stop this, Judge. You let her go. You let that stupid defense
Yes.
attorney mother him on the stand to the point where we're all nauseous now because of that stupid defense attorney. You let the
Yes.
prosecutor do what she's got to do.
Yes.
Just stop it right there.
We don't care if his mommy's over there complaining.
Don't care.
You know what he does when he gets his fee-fees hurt, Judge.
No
so
thanks.
you head back to Vermont from New Hampshire in the Jeep.
Okay.
Do you have a memory of that?
No.
You go to Spencer's.
Yes.
You text Spencer on the way to let him know you're coming.
Okay.
You don't remember that?
Clarify whether he simply.
She asked
Do you not remember?
No, ma'am.
And you arrive at Spencer's house. Do you remember that?
No, ma'am.
You remember giving Spencer a hug
I do remember feeling an embrace.
from Spencer,
Yes.
Ugh.
and you head off to get your van.
That's correct.
because you need to move it so that the police don't find it.
I had told Spencer,
I'm not asking you what you told Spencer. I'm asking you about going to the van.
okay,
You go to the van because you need to move the van.
okay.
Yeah.
So Mr. Ferlazzo, do you have a memory?
No, ma'am.
When you get close to the van, you see all the police?
Okay.
You don't remember?
No, ma'am.
So are you telling me that you don't remember seeing the brigade of police?
No, ma'am.
You don't remember telling Spencer to turn the car around?
Is that what I did?
Do you not remember that?
Wow.
You don't remember telling Spencer that you shot Emily?
No, ma'am.
And you don't remember telling Spencer that you wanted him to shoot you?
No, ma'am.
Wow.
I'm surprised you don't remember that. That would play on sympathy.
You slept in the woods that night.
Just remember the hug.
I don't remember that.
You went to Maple Fields convenience store the next day.
I don't remember that either.
Liar. Such a liar.
You get a ride to the police station from Amy Nolan.
Okay.
You don't remember that?
No, my memory started to dissolve at some point. I don't really remember anything past Sunday, so.
Notice he slept in the woods. Slept. He told them.
When
he
you
slept.
are at the police station, you have memory.
What memory?
You told the police what happened on Friday.
Are we talking about the interview from the video?
When you were at the police station on Tuesday at 2:15 in the afternoon,
Okay.
you had memories
Exactly, Crazy
of what
Daisy.
happened on Friday.
I don't have a memory of being at the police station.
Would you agree with me that from what we've seen,
We've seen videos.
that you had a memory of what happened on Friday?
We've seen a video of me on a video.
And in that video, you are telling the police what you remember.
I don't remember talking with the police. I just remember watching a video.
And in that video, you are talking about what you remember.
Like I said, I don't remember talking with the police.
I understand that, Mr.
Tuesday.
Palazzo. You gave the police a very long account of what happened.
I watched the video.
And you would agree with me that based on that, you had a memory on October 19th of what happened on October 15th and October 16th and October 17th and October 18th. Memory approach?
I don't know what I would call that, but I don't remember being there.
What's your anger now? Uh-oh, he's mad again.
I have a feeling that when he doesn't know how to answer something, his attorney or whoever has told him to just say you don't remember.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what he's doing here.
Yeah.
And of course, she's trying to get him to, she's trying to impeach that. And she keeps getting called on it by the other attorney, who obviously doesn't like that strategy.
Right. And I also think when she sees him getting upset like this, she goes up.
Right. I think so too. Like she's doing it on purpose to protect him.
Yeah.
Give him a minute to calm down.
He ain't calm yet. Calm down.
Why would you want this murderer to get off, defense attorney?
Right.
I don't understand. I don't understand people like you or James Owens. Like, I understand you want him to have a fair trial. Sure. Why are you helping him get off with murder after what he did to her?
Yeah.
Mr. Ferlazzo, you purchased the Glock
Yes.
in September 2017.
Is that you have a record of that?
Oh,
Do you remember
gosh.
purchasing the Glock in September of 2017?
I don't remember when I got it.
Do you remember going to Perro's and buying it?
I remember going to Paris. I don't remember when.
And we can agree that September 2017 was 2.5, 3 years before you met Emily?
I met Emily 2018 for the first time.
Well, before you and Emily started seeing each other romantically.
We're talking about, did you say September of 2017?
Well, that's what I said a couple of questions ago, but you and Emily started dating in the spring, summer of 2020.
Okay, yes.
Is that true?
Yes.
We know,
And
Kathy.
you
We just have
purchased
a
the
hard
Glock
time
before you
swallowing
met
it.
Emily
Yes.
at Perro's
Correct.
in Waterbury
Correct.
in 2017.
Correct.
And you purchased the Taurus in 2018.
Do you have a record of that? I don't remember when I got that one.
You got it at Pero's?
Did I? No, that doesn't seem right. So I actually seem to recall, are we still talking about this? Are you done?
Sorry?
Are we still
Oh,
talking about
Wow.
the Taurus?
Talking about the Taurus, yes.
To my recollection, I had a Taurus pistol that had a factory defect, and I sent it in to be checked out, and they replaced it with the Taurus 9mm that you're talking about now. What year did you say that
Mr.
was?
Ferlazzo, is that your information, Richmond address?
Can we have this identified, please?
Can we have this identified? Who gives a shit?
I mean, yeah, what difference does it make? He's feeling the need to argue every little thing.
Yeah. And what did he mouth? Let's look again. Watch.
Head up. Turn away from the jury. Breathe heavy. This is so hard.
Mr. Ferlazzo, that is your contact information, right?
What do we got here?
What do we got here? Oh my God.
Yeah.
I can help you, Mr. Ferlazzo. Down here in the bottom here. This is your contact information, right?
I'm reading this paper that you put in front of me.
Oh!
What did he say?
He said, I'm reading this paper you put in front of me. All rude.
We're
It says
seeing
right
your
here that the ship to date was August 14th, 2018.
Thanks for interrupting, but it has been marked. Can we identify it by an exhibit number and what it is?
So it was, you may not have heard, I did it quietly, and I'm sorry for that. It's exhibit number 140, and you can suggest what it is since she's asking.
So it's,
Don't have to show it to me already. I just want to identify the record.
and the purchase date is August of 2018, correct?
I saw a ship to date that said that. Is it?
Mr. Ferlazzo, I'm going to help you.
Help me out.
Right here, purchase date,
Oh.
8/20/2018.
Yeah, see, I was looking over here at the ship to date.
So purchase date, 8/20/2018.
I see that.
Okay, you agree with me that you purchased it in August of 2018?
That's what it looks like.
And that was before you and Emily started seeing each other.
Yes.
And all of the hunting rifles in
Wow,
the
was
camper
that
are
so
your hunting
hard?
rifles.
Yes.
I wonder if he thinks he's impressing the jury. You know,
The
that's
gun,
what you need.
the Taurus, that you are claiming Emily had under her pillow was found in the drawer of the camper,
Yes.
not under the pillow.
They found it
I'm
in a
reading
drawer. I
this
saw
paper you put in front of me.
a picture of evidence that it's a photograph of it in the
And
drawer.
it got in that drawer because you put it there.
That's correct.
The gun that Emily pulled on you,
That's correct.
tucked it away in the drawer,
It was in a drawer.
holstered it,
Yep.
It was, yes, it was in a drawer.
holstered.
Yes, it was in a holster in a drawer.
That's important that it was holstered.
Why?
Mr. Ferlazzo, you're claiming that you
Because you're not gonna
don't have
keep a
any
holstered gun
recollection
under
of
your pillow
really
if you're
anything after
trying to protect yourself
Saturday
or-
afternoon. Is that correct?
Oh,
I got probably, it really starts to fall apart like Saturday night, Sunday morning.
And you said that when you were meeting with James and Seth at the police department that you hadn't slept in days. Is that right?
I don't remember sleeping.
You did remember what day of the week it was when you were meeting with James and Seth
From the video?
from reality.
From meeting, from,
from reality.
we are talking about the video, right?
We're talking about reality.
Good one.
She is not
Okay.
putting up with his shit.
And you remembered that it was Tuesday.
On the video, there was talk of the date.
You were able to clarify details for Detective Boris. Do you remember clarifying details for him?
Are we asking me about watching the video, or are we asking me what I remember?
I'm asking about the truth, Mr. Ferlazzo. You clarified details for Detective Boris.
Are you asking me about the video, or are you asking me about
I'm
what I
asking you
remember?
about the truth.
Okay.
You clarified details for Detective Boris.
I don't remember speaking with Detective Voris, but I do remember watching a video
You clarified, you made sure they had Spencer's last name.
from the video.
You corrected Detective Boris when he thought that you had gotten to Spencer's house at 11:30 in the morning. You corrected him and said, no, it was PM. No memory.
Are we talking about the video or what I remember?
Again, we're talking about reality.
Yeah, like I said, like my memory started to dissolve like really like about Sunday. So, yeah.
So, Mr. Ferlazzo, we can agree that you lie.
Yes, I've lied to people.
You lied to Nikki.
That's correct.
You lied to Nikki and told her that Emily was sleeping.
Yes.
You lied to Nikki and told her that Emily had run off.
Yes.
Yes.
You repeated that lie to Nikki later that night at Twiggs.
Well, I don't have the best memory of being at Twigs.
You lied to Sarah Lang about what happened.
I do. Yes, I do remember telling Sarah that Emily ran off.
And you lied to Jason Lang.
Just say yes.
I don't remember that.
You lied to David Bass.
I don't remember that.
You lied to Adrian Bass.
Don't remember that.
You lied to Trooper Cody.
Don't remember that.
Don't believe you.
You're lying today.
About.
Everything.
Good girl.
I'm sitting here giving you my recall of what I have to work with.
No questions.
Woo!
Oh.
Redirect.
No redirect.
Thank you, Mr. Plaza. We have a signature receipt.
Goodbye, sir. You did shitty, in case you're wondering.
Yeah.
Does the defense have any other witnesses?
No, we do not. Defense rests.
The parties.
That was.
That's it? They called there one witness? They only have one witness? That's it?
Only himself.
Thank God for small favors. All right,
Yes.
let's get this to the jury. Okay, we're done. On to the jury, please. This needs to go to the jury right now.
But
Look at
I
his
think
face.
He's
Shut
so
up.
upset. He's so upset. He's trying to pep
Yeah.
talk. You did okay. You did okay. They
It's
believed
okay.
you.
You said you didn't remember. If you can't remember, you can't remember. It's all right.
Yeah.
Sometimes people who lie also have bad memories.
Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily mean you're lying,
I mean, you are, but
but that's okay. We won't tell. All right. So what's next?
that's it.
Damn.
What's next?
Damn. Now I gotta wait till tomorrow. Gosh.
Yes. Tomorrow will be closing statements, and they should be good. Yeah, he's toast, Tamer.
He needs to be toast. Yes. The jury needs to come back nice and quick on this motherfucker.
Absolutely. And I
You
bet
didn't
this
even
will be
go
a
hard on him as far as like, I'm sorry, I totally cut you off. You're talking.
no, it's okay.
But as far as like all that he did to her, right? Like,
Right.
why did you stab her?
For no
Did you-
reason. She was
What?
she was in the shower and he was cutting her up and he decided to stab her some more. Is that when you puked? I don't understand.
Mm. And it sounds like he was trying to get rid of her body in the woods. He was trying to feed her to
Yeah.
animals. He figured if he could chop her up, then there'd be less evidence to be able to be found, and hopefully the animals would get her first. Because he'll just
Absolutely.
pretend that she's a missing person. You know, please find my loving wife. And then, you know, meanwhile, the animals will hurry up and eat her. And then they'll find bits and pieces of her body, sadly, because they always
Oh
do.
no, she got attacked by some coyotes. I saw coyotes. Mhm. We're on to you. But don't
Yeah,
you
we
remember he
see
had a
it.
conversation with her? I remember talking to her.
Oh my
And,
gosh. Shut up. Talking to her.
Beth
know
put in
it's
chat,
weird,
she said,
but-
Sir, do you have I mean, she says it shouldn't be funny. Do you have a saw and some land? That was his conversation with her.
Oh man.
Yep, Ken Dog. This guy,
Horrible.
I can't think of a better candidate for prison.
Oh, he needs more than prison. Like, why is he up for death?
Oh, I don't know. Do they have the death penalty there?
I don't know. I hope they do, man. This made absolutely no sense. What he did to her and why.
No.
I still don't get it. I still don't understand what he did, or why he did all this.
He had obviously thought about doing this for a while. and whatever was in those notes sent him over the edge. Plus, she probably was hounding him about his
Mhm.
ex-wife being in the same.
Absolutely. Like, why would you pick that as a place for us to go vacation
Yeah,
if it's not to, try to make me jealous or bother
Yeah.
me?
Why would you tell your sister to stay at an Airbnb where your ex-wife lives? Makes no sense. Except for he's one of those people that needs his ego stroked.
Constantly. Yes, he's
Yeah.
constant need for supply. And here's little ex-wifey poo ready to give him some supply.
Yeah.
Little narc like him needs it.
Right. It's tedious. She will probably write him a letter of support at least. Yeah. It's funny the ex-wife, she's not even going to testify? It's weird. I don't think it was an accident at all. I mean, he didn't shoot once. He shot twice. So
Yeah, he's ridiculous. Like, he doesn't even have an explanation for himself other than she was hitting me. She said, "That's it. You're dead." You had just thrown a pillow at her. Maybe she was playing.
and
People say
the
that all
whole
the time when they're playing.
exactly. And the whole pillow thing had to come up because they found the pillow he held over her head. He didn't feel her body fall. She wasn't sitting up pointing a gun at him. He put the pillow over her face and shot her because he couldn't look her in the eye when he did it. That's what I'm thinking.
Big old coward.
Put a silencer on the gun. Him
Wow.
bringing a silencer on the trip is what makes me think.
Yeah, if that's not premeditation, I don't know what is.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, why would you even bring that? And his lie is that he stores it that way.
That's not true. It's just not true. Then why did he take it off after? Because he did. The silencer wasn't on the gun when they found the gun.
So why did he take it off? Was he trying to clean up after himself?
Probably, or habit, just take it
Yeah.
off. I don't know of anybody that leaves. I don't even know if you're supposed to have those anymore, but that has ever left it on there.
Right.
Because like Stadia said, aim and rust.
Wow.
You don't do anything to let your gun get rusty.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, she was asleep. I think so too.
I think she was. Yeah, I think she was asleep. And he just out of nowhere decided tonight's the night. We're done. I'm done with you and your dilemmas that you won't tell me about.
Mm-hmm. She
And
was
that's
probably
what it all-
threatening to divorce him and tell about his abuse.
Or she was maybe fucking with him, because when you know how to gaslight a gaslighter, it can be
Oh.
enjoyable. I'm just going to say it can be fun because of all the shit that they do to you all the time. So like, just say, for the sake of argument, she had no dilemma. She just told him that she did and knew that it would piss him off if she didn't tell.
The crazy thing is if I did that to Jim and he erased it all, he would be thinking, thank God.
Yeah, most husbands would be like, phew, okay, I don't have to hear about this. Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This isn't going to be a conversation that we discuss to death. Yes.
Nice. But but if she's trying to piss him off, and
Yeah.
I understand, oh, if he's an abuser, why would you piss him off? I mean, was he that big of an abuser? Or was he just a dick? He was insecure little penis. That's what he had.
Yeah.
That's the syndrome he had.
And before we go, let me tell y'all want to be inspired. Let me tell y'all what to watch tonight before you go to bed. The Jamie Foxx special on Netflix.
Oh, I've heard about that. Is it good?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I saw a advertisement or something for it.
I laid in bed last night and cried.
I heard it was good.
It's good.
I do like Jamie Foxx.
I do too.
I think he's a good person, I guess. I mean, for what I know of him, I don't know him very well. Please don't come for me if he's on the P. Diddy tapes. I don't want to.
Okay, he said I left those parties, and he said this last night. I left those parties by 9 because it seemed suspicious after 9.
Right. Nothing good happens after 9 p.m. anyway. Go to bed.
Because people were saying that Diddy did something to him, and that's what happened to him.
That's what happened to him. Where? What do you mean?
To
That's what
Jamie
happened?
Foxx when he got sick.
Oh, he got sick.
Oh yeah, Jamie Foxx almost died.
When?
It was last year, and nobody knew. Like, they kept it so airtight. Nobody knew what was wrong with him.
Oh,
There
wow.
was speculation, that he had a stroke, this and that. But
So he talks about it being, he thinks it might have been from Diddy. I just made that up. I didn't even know there was there.
no, he doesn't think that. That's what a lot of people were speculating. Diddy was afraid that Jamie Foxx was going to testify against him, so he,
Gotcha. He got to him first.
yeah, kind of like Suge Knight. They say with Eazy-E.
Yeah.
So,
Jeez. Scary as hell.
and I love the fact that Suge Knight gave an interview from prison and said, "I don't have a problem with Diddy." Yes, he does, and I'm telling you. Smart move saying it. I would probably not be able to be as cool as you, Suge, and I don't particularly care for him, but I never would want him to be on my bad side.
Yeah.
I mean, wait a minute. I said that wrong. I wouldn't want to be on his bad side.
Yes.
He don't care if he's on my bad side.
he might not be worried about it too much.
Nah.
Funny. Okay.
All right,
well,
y'all. Good
go to bed.
stream. Yes. Thank y'all
Don't
so much.
everybody lose all your memories. All right. Keep your
Yeah,
memories.
try to
for
keep your
tonight and
memories.
tomorrow.
Exactly. Yeah. We'll need them for the closing statements
You never
tomorrow.
know when you're going to be asked about them. So
That's
keep your
right.
memories.
Or tell the truth so you don't have to have a good memory.
That is also helpful. Yes.
Yeah.
Man,
Yeah, all
man,
right.
what a dick too. God, I'm looking at this paper you gave me. He totally snapped at her. Wow.
Yeah. The
Totally
guts on
snapped at
that
her.
one. Yeah. I'm glad he showed the jury who he was.
I hope they
Much
see
love
it.
right back.
I hope they see all the things that we see. Come on, jury, don't let us down.
I bet they are. Oh, I bet they did.
hope
I know
so.
they did.
They have to be ready. I'm going to cry. I swear to God.
And
Nobody
that
better
means
be believing this crap.
so everything's rested. Closing arguments will be in the morning, and I say we'll have a verdict by the afternoon.
I think so too. Yeah, we have to be.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is the prosecution have any rebuttal?
No.
Nothing.
Oh well,
sure?
I say no, but no, I don't know. I don't think so
Okay.
though. I don't think
Well, we'll
so.
find
I
out
think
first
she
thing in the
did her
morning.
job. All she was waiting on was for him to testify.
Yes. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, she wasn't going to keep him up there and talk about his childhood memories.
Yeah, nobody cares, dude. Nobody.
Mm-mm. No, all of us had trauma. All of us.
All of us. I mean, right?
Yeah.
Goodness. Who hasn't had bad childhoods? Shit, we all have. Stop it. Good grief. All right.
All right,
Well,
y'all.
thanks,
Good
everybody.
night. Thank
I'm all
y'all.
excited for tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'll see you guys
Bye,
tomorrow.
y'all.
Bye, guys.